Good afternoon and welcome to Return to the Tomb of Saragosa, or one of the tombs of Saragosa, I suppose I should say. The party are returning to the tomb of a long-dead mage that that some of their number first encountered several months earlier. When a strange event occurred, 3 separate parties found 3 almost identical tombs, all purporting to be the last resting place of the long-dead mage Saragosa, said to have died 200 years ago. However, since then, one of those parties, the Company of Light, or at least they are members of one of the parties, bolstered by other adventurers that have joined them since, have been looking into the background of this mysterious mage and have learned that one of the tombs was never actually entirely cleared. In each of the other 2 tombs behind the main treasure chamber, a secret treasure chamber was found, in which was a mystical book, one of Saragosa's spell books. They've currently managed to between them and friends of theirs, discover books 2 and 3, but nobody has yet found book number 1, and they've realised that in one of the tombs, the secret room in which those books were found was never recovered. So they've decided to return and investigate that tomb, which was never resealed, so they are aware that the tomb may still hold certain dangers and secrets. None of the people going into this tomb are the ones that were originally in this particular one. They've all been in one of the others. However, they know where the treasure chamber should be, and they know some of the hazards that the tomb includes, and are hoping to find their way as safely as possible through it. So our cast today, I'll be your games master. I'm Bryan F. Irving from Gethsemane Games. We're running Fantasy Age by Green Ronin Games, and our music is provided by Tabletop Audio. Our cast today are Louise Mary Morris as Mog of the Bright Eye Clan, Patrick Heaviside as Gora Clovenhelm, Sean McGuile as Callan of Highgate, and unfortunately Nell can't be with us today due to illness, so Adrienne will be played by other members of the cast. You've made your way up from Fannon's Frontier, I forgot what they call the place now, trading post, Fannon's Frontier Trading Post, up into the hills and mountains to find the small valley, and inside that small valley the strange hidden gulch in which are these 3 tombs. You've made your way up towards, well actually 2 of them, because I think you were going to double check one of the others as well, if I remember rightly. So I think I have a okay, somewhere I think I've got something about this. No, I don't appear to have anyway. Okay. You've investigated the second of the 2 tombs, the one that some of you had been in before, and made your way through it. That tomb was, all the traps on your route were triggered and had been made safe. And because on that one the remnants of the demon door had been partially closed over, nothing's actually made its way into that tomb. You made your way through the second of the 3 tombs to check that all was as you expected and you hadn't missed anything, and were very disappointed to discover that there was nothing. No secrets as yet unrevealed, no plunder as yet unplundered, and you emerged slightly disheartened, but determined to press on to the 3rd of the tombs, the one that you know the second treasure chamber was not found, hoping desperately that nobody has plundered it since that time several months ago. Yes. exactly the same way, yes. Yeah. And one of them was still chocked open, so the main entrance was still, you were still able to get through. So you imagine, although you could be wrong, that the pillars and plinths in the third and final tomb may very well have the same sequence. As you approach the final tomb, it is both familiar and yet very unfamiliar at once. The tomb is approached via a hidden gorge in the mountains, one that's been easy to pass by without noticing it if you're not careful. Now, however, the gorge is dead and barren. The hardy thorn bushes that once peppered it are now withered and blackened. The flowers are shriveled and the grass blackened and barren. Can I have a perception searching? Well, can I have a perception roll from each of you? You may either choose searching, hearing, or tracking. Yep, so we've got Mog's passed to searching, Adrian a perception without a thingy, and Kellen a perception without a thingy. Okay, so Mog, what you've noticed with your search, I've overlooked Gora there as well. Yep, Gora's also passed with a basic. So this is what you learn. Starting with Mog, the bones of numerous small animals and birds are scattered around the blasted landscape. Some of them partially buried now, not intentionally so, but just with a build-up of dirt and whatnot over time. I can't say grass, because the grass just won't grow here anymore. It's all just blackened, withered and barren. Or it's completely gone. Isn't it just? Yeah, what Kellen notices... Kellen notices there is no sound in the gorge, no insects chirping, no bird song, nothing save the faint sound of the wind and any noise that the characters themselves may make. And what Gora notices is also what Adrienne notices, that among the broken and blackened bushes, you notice that some branches are snapped and broken as if by the passing of some large creature. Here and there a partial footprint can be found. The footprint appears to be a large reptile, larger than a swamp alligator, and heavier. Could be. Everything's dead in the area. Yeah. That's right. Yes, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. I've just noticed as well that we're not getting your audio through OBS, so I'm just going to have to stop the recording and open OBS again. I don't know why we lost your recording a second time, because we fixed that earlier. But just give me a second to... So apologies there for the sound problems. I realised we weren't hearing the players on the recording, but we should be hearing them okay now. So, sorry, Patrick, you were saying?
Yep. What we've seen is that everything's dead in the area. Gora has drawn the hypothesis or theory, whichever it is, that the first tomb that we encountered had a spell book which was about enchantment. The second one had one for protection arcana. This third one is most likely going to be for death arcana. Everything's dead in the area. It's possible that somebody else has got into that treasure room and is making use of it. I think then Mog had something to add.
Okay.
Yeah. Or possibly whoever was here before us didn't close the door properly and something that they didn't know was there got out.
That's a distinct possibility, because when... well, you haven't
Especially
actually...
the footprints.
Yeah. you can make out as you approach the tomb that the door's definitely open. It lies off its hinges, shattered upon the ground. Whoever came in and plundered this tomb in the first place, they made more of a mess of the door than you guys did in the tomb you entered, because you fought the demon door, whereas these guys seem to have literally blown it apart.
Right. So is it blown up and blown inwards, or is it blown outwards?
It is. Let's have a bit of a think now. It is blown inwards.
Inwards. So it's not something bursting out that's caused the issue then.
No, it looks like you have two members of the party that are familiar with black powder. It looks like somebody's had a go at it with black powder. You can see in the remnants of the door, the bits that are still swinging on the hinges, that there are pistol shots through it, and you suspect that to finish it off, they've used explosive grenades as well.
Right. Well, the next thing we should logically encounter would be the rolling boulder trap. That's most likely been triggered already.
Well, let's just
watch
take
out
the
for that, just in case.
Oh yeah.
I remember last time.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so entering the dungeon then. Can everybody see okay?
No. Oh.
Down in the bottom left corner.
Bottom left-hand
Yeah.
corner you
Bottom
should
right
be.
corner, sorry.
Bottom right.
Bottom right, yeah, of course
yeah,
it is.
there
I never could tell me left from your right.
It's a zoom in.
Yeah, you might need to zoom in as well.
Quite a way.
I've got some manner of mojo on me. What's going on?
You appear to still have that from a previous adventure because it must have been on your character sheet, so I'll just take that off. There you go. So, as the four of you... Sorry, say that again, Louise?
There's skeletons everywhere.
They are, but they are skeletons of small animals, of rats. It would appear. Yeah. Light filters into this room from the open doorway to the canyon and illuminates a cluster of yellow-white sticks. On closer inspection, the sticks seem to be the bones of numerous long-dead small rodents, piled into the centre of the room and stretching back to the archway opposite the entrance door, an archway that seems to lead to a descending staircase.
How long have these been here? Can we take a look at them and if there's any flesh left on them? If they've been here for...
There's no flesh left on them at all. There's no
Teeth
sign...
marks?
Can I have a perception... make it searching, I think.
We did get 2 lots of 6 points worth of stunts on the last perception test.
Ah, did you? Now, you can use that for these ones then. In which case, I'm not going to ask you for another roll. I'm going to say that you make it automatically. You take a look at these skeletal rats, for rats they are. The skeletons themselves are flensed of any flesh. There is no sign of violence on them at all. Not on the bones, at least. It's as if the rats just dropped dead.
Everybody take up defensive positions. I think these they are combat skeleton rats. They're not just skeletons, if you get my meaning. They're skeletons with a capital S. They're like what we faced on the bridge. Taking my staff, I'm going to poke at the nearest one.
Okay.
Being ready to defend myself.
You poke at the nearest skeletal rat and the bones just separate and scatter.
Right.
I don't mean they get up and run away from the staff. I mean, as you touch them, they just sort of break apart. And
they squeak as they run away.
Yeah.
If you look at them, they all appear to have been running in this direction to run out.
Yes.
Like, maybe they came in here for a snack or something and then found something terrifying and tried to get out and couldn't.
Which
Ominously.
Killed them stone dead as they were trying to escape.
Ominously, that's
Like,
exactly what it looks like.
Like maybe someone who just found a book full of death on her and was like, hey, I'll try it on these poor little rat friends.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mog gets very sentimental about rats after the mansion.
Of
So
course.
you mentioned a rolling boulder of some description.
That's up ahead in the next corridor that runs east to west.
It is at the bottom of the stairs, yeah.
It comes from the east side. Right. Let's push forward cautiously.
Do we have illumination?
Oh, yeah, casting Arcane Candle.
You're casting Arcane Candle. Right, you are. Just bear with me a second and I'll update your character. So, dynamic lighting we're using, isn't it? So it is token emits light, low light. What's the light radius of Arcane Candle?
I'll tell you. That would be, but it can move anywhere within 10 yards at the mage's direction.
Right.
So I think we've just taken it in the past that is a 10-yard radius of light.
Okay, yes, I think we probably have. Okay, so you should now be shedding a 10-yard radius of light.
Okay.
So you should all be able to see down to the bottom of the stairs.
Yep.
As you move down the stairs, you see that there are more rats, no, more dead rats here.
Mog, as was tradition in the first one as our rogue, would you mind going first?
Yeah, I will. I'll step around the poor little rat skellies.
Yeah.
Okay. Mog,
Actually, how high is the ceiling here?
how high is the ceiling here? The ceiling is a little bit over 2 meters.
Okay, so I could theoretically crawl along the ceiling, and then I wouldn't be stepping on any rats, and I'd still get a good view of what's going on.
Yes, you could. You could. Would you like to do that? Yeah.
You just be
Okay.
upside down.
So Mog
Where?
scuttles up the side of the wall and onto the ceiling, just like some kind of orc spider, and scuttles along. Yes.
Before we go any further, Mog, do you want us to bury these rat skeletons?
I don't know, because I don't know what rat traditions are with the dead, but if there's anything you could do to try and stop them from raising, to stop them coming back as little skeleton warriors like you were worried about.
I will say a blessing and attempt to consecrate the area.
Okay. You prepare yourself and begin to bless and consecrate the area as best you can. And then once you feel that you've done that, which takes you some 20 minutes or so, you also say prayers for the dead over the dead rats, as if you were conducting a burial ceremony. You feel confident that that should prevent them from being reanimated by any malevolent power.
Okay. Let's move on.
Okay.
I just want to check for traps and stuff first.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. If there's one thing you remember about this place, it's that checking for traps is a very, very good idea.
Absolutely.
Okay, it looks clear except for the pressure plate at the bottom of the stairs, which you might remember from the previous tomb of this design that you're in, which triggers the rolling ball. The pressure plate is in the down and locked position, which means it's been triggered.
Okay.
So that means we're going to have a smashed-in door down by the two mage statues.
Yes.
Still be careful about stepping on it, though, just in case it resets it. So step on it.
Okay.
When we get down to those mage statues, I want to take a look at them and see if we now recognise the faces based on the portraits of the Caladan family that we saw at the manor.
Right. Okay. So you've made it into area 4 at the moment. So let's just
We've got a dead body.
Oh, yeah.
At the bottom of the stairs, you find the triggered pressure plate. To the right, a large compartment with a sloped floor sloping down towards the passageway has been opened, and the walls of the whole passageway seem to have scratches upon them as if something heavy passed here, scraping the walls as it went. And obviously you know what that might have been. Mog's making it all the way down to Area 5. 2 statues representing humans in mage robes, one male and one female, stand either side of the eastern entrance. Opposite, another exit has a large worked stone boulder wedged into it. The centre of the north wall is slid away to reveal a hidden secret passage, whilst in the centre of the room is a human corpse, a man in leather armour, and armed with daggers and a sword. His flesh is discoloured, and the stench of decomposition has begun to waft from the mortal remains. Now, you were taking a look at the statues to see if you recognised either of them.
Yes.
Now that you have seen a portrait of Saragosa, the male looks a bit like him.
Were the statues in the other 2 tombs a male and a female? Because I do not remember them being so.
Yes, there were always a male and a female.
They were, right,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
This could be parents.
could be. Yeah,
We have seen his father in portrait, though, yeah?
yes,
But it's an old man, though.
as an
surely,
old man. Yeah.
Yeah.
The family resemblance. I take it these are not old people. In their
No, these are people in their
prime,
in their prime.
30s?
You would say in their 30s.
20s, 30s, late
I take
20s.
it if we're looking at the statues, we are actually in the room. We're a bit further on than where we are right now.
Yeah, you can move yourselves in. I'll just figure out how many of the traps you've triggered.
I was gonna say I stopped there so I could check for traps.
Yeah,
But
You can make another check for traps roll if you want to. That's
Now, one of these statues activated the secret door in the north wall.
It did. Yeah.
So,
Okay, you can't find any traps, but you can see that there's a button on the carved amulet of one of the statues in the centre of the northern statue's amulet. The carved representation of a gemstone is actually a button, and that's been pressed. You know that activates that secret door because it did in the version of the tomb you were in. The corpse in the middle of the room, as I say, it's a blackened male human corpse. There's a stench of decay is heavy in the air. If anyone would like to approach it, they may attempt an intelligence surgery roll.
surgery. Oh,
I think you might be a little late for surgery, like.
is
Spare
surgery
parts.
is surgery separate to healing as a medicine focus?
Sorry, healing. Yes, you can make a healing roll. Surgery's the talent. So the focus should be healing. You're quite right.
Callan, stand by just in case. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm standing by, ready to attack it.
Lovely. Okay. I'm gonna take a look at it.
Okay, make a roll. And you score 14. So, the dead adventurer's skin is discoloured. His lips are blue-black, and some form of black liquid stains his eyes, nose, and mouth, as if the man was hemorrhaging, but a black substance rather than blood. You can smell a faint scent similar to a type of root that grows in the area, and you realise that the man's died from some form of poisoning.
Oh, so he wasn't crushed by the boulder.
He wasn't crushed by the boulder. There's no signs of violence on his body at all.
And there's no indication that he's been bitten and or stung, and
Nope.
there's no sort of darts in him.
No dart in him, no bite in him, no wound of any description.
Has he got any of this? Did you say fungus?
It's a root. It's a root,
Right,
similar to licorice.
Has he got any of this root in his mouth, or in his hands, or possibly in a pouch at his waist?
You make a quick search of the body and its accoutrements and find no sign whatsoever of this poisonous root. So how exactly the poison's been introduced, you're not entirely sure. You continue to root through his pouches and clothing in case it's concealed about his person and find, I won't say nothing, because you do find some things, but you don't find any sign of the poison or any form of poison. What you find instead are 2 standard daggers, a short sword, a suit of light plate armour, and a coin purse, which you will later discover contains 32 silver coins and 3 gold coins.
Right, disarm him for a start, so that if he resurrects, he's going to be coming out of bare fists.
Yep.
Is there any form of identification on him?
No, nothing at all.
Does he match any description of missing persons from Fannons?
Make a... I think this will be an intelligence roll with a... I'm just picking a focus for you. I can't really...
He's probably a rogue if he's got 2 daggers.
Yeah, you suspect he probably is.
But he's wearing light plate armour.
Light plate armour, yeah, light mail. So you can't really... I can't really think of a focus that's going to help you here, so just a straight intelligence roll will be fine. Right, so...
Double click.
Double click. Okay, Mog recognises him. She has seen him at Fannon's, but usually with another person around, another human, a woman, who is not in evidence.
She's not a mage, is she?
That's a question I was about to ask.
No, I don't believe... You don't believe she is, I should say.
Okay.
Look for evidence of any kind of bottle or phial.
None at all.
No kind of like healing potion that you might have drank that had been either spiked or wasn't a healing potion in the first place.
Nope. No vials, no potions, nothing of that sort.
Okay. Any broken skin whereby this might have entered his body?
No, nothing at all.
So
that's why I was asking about puncture wounds.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this really does look as though it's been taken orally.
Yes, you would imagine that's the only option. Or breathed in. Yeah. Or an ointment. Could have been
like through osmosis or something.
Yeah,
like that.
it could have been a topical ointment, as Mog suggests. So you've got some kind of topical application, breathed in or taken orally.
Right, to the west is the gas chamber.
There is a gas chamber to the west, yes. Right.
Does it match that?
Or at least there was in the version of the tomb that you previously investigated.
Well, looking on past the boulder, we can visibly see it on the map. I can see gas.
So yes, you know it's here as well. Then. So you're peering past the boulder where the gaps are, and you can see that there is gas in the chamber exactly where you expected to find it.
Is that gas a match for the evidence that we have in front of us?
You don't know because you've never been poisoned by that gas.
I did breathe some of it in way back when. But...
That's right. You were briefly poisoned by that gas last time, weren't you? Well, it didn't kill you, obviously, but you do remember coughing up black gunk for a bit afterwards.
There we go. That's roughly what I would suggest it is. Right. If we know that he has at the very least some sort of partner, like a compadre, party member, who then normally that would mean if they most likely came together, we might find her somewhere further on in here, or she may have left at a pace. Have we seen her by herself?
I mean, Mog's maybe seen her by herself in the past at Fannon's, but you've certainly not seen her since you've arrived, no.
Right. Have we seen, or has Mog seen that woman
But the question you're actually asking is, how old is this dead body?
Yes, exactly.
By estimate, what's
Right, okay.
this is where we do a grissom on it and we count up the bugs and things.
Yes, quite. Well, there's some decomposition has started. You're in a relatively cold environment, so I'm going to need an intelligence healing test, please.
The
There
answer
is
is
some
the answer's in front of us. She's to the north.
Yeah, you spotted her.
There is something very weird about this, though.
Go on.
Right? So if he's been gassed, and then it couldn't have been very fast working because he couldn't have taken the shortest route because there was a boulder there.
Boulder in a way. Yeah.
Because it couldn't have been that the trap was set off before, because the body isn't crushed. Like it
correct.
couldn't have been that it was set off before because he wouldn't be able to get down the passage if he'd have gone that way.
Yeah, the boulder trap must have been triggered before he was
That's
poisoned.
what I meant.
And
Yeah.
it now
Rolled
blocks
over.
the route to the gas
Yeah.
area.
So
Yeah.
you're saying he couldn't have crawled over or past that boulder at all?
Nope. There's not enough
Pretty
space.
big boulder.
Yeah.
But the boulder is
You
like
get through it,
filled.
you're shorter than him.
Take it, it's roughly 2 meters in.
That's
effect.
right, it
It's
is,
enough
yeah.
to ceiling. You couldn't crawl past it. It's not like he would have pushed it out of the way into the middle of the room and then pushed it back into the hole.
Yeah.
Okay,
So that brings the puzzle back up a bit, doesn't it?
That's very weird.
He's made it to there and died.
Yes.
Let's check her.
Okay.
Mog, can you come and check for traps?
Scuttle.
Yeah.
Skull. Okay.
Oh, to be fair, it's more of a slop noise.
Okay, if you want to scuttle up to wherever you want to be when you make your check
I
for
want to check
traps
the
roll.
corridor before we go up there.
Okay, make a check for traps. So that would
Yeah.
be perception searching.
Yeah, done.
So it is. Oh, right, 21 and with 5 points of stunts, which you can bank.
Yes.
There's definitely no traps between here and the corpse.
Oh, okay. I am going to check again once I get up to the corpse, though,
Okay.
because that's a new room.
I do love this dungeon because it does cause such massive paranoia in the players.
Oh, I remember
I
this
see a
room.
silhouette of a-
You-
Are we aware? Are the we have active skeletons.
You do?
Are the mages aware of any arcana that causes poisoning?
I believe there might be one of the Death Arcana spells that does something like that.
Uh-huh.
Oh, really? Do you want me to take a arcane law test?
You can do, yes, please.
Right. Can I say that Gora and Adriana confer on this?
Yes, you can. So one of them rolls, but you add the Arcana focus from both of them, and the intelligence bonus from both of them.
As the roll from Gora, I'm gonna need help on this. And does that always have to be declared beforehand, or
Yes.
can it be added in afterwards?
No, you should declare it beforehand.
That's fair. So that's a +5, bringing it up to 16.
16. Okay, let's just have a quick look. Arcana, the Death Arcana is in the companion. So let's just open my companion set rules and scroll down to New Arcana, Death. Whilst I'm looking for this, I don't know if everybody noticed that I mentioned this, but Green Ronin have announced that
Yes.
the second edition of the rules are coming out this year.
Are we going to go over to that?
Probably because it's going to be entirely backwards compatible. So
Brilliant.
it shouldn't make anything obsolete. It should expand, clarify, and it will change some numbers. So it's going to address things like the arcane candle, arcane thing.
I'm going to mention it.
Yeah, so
versus the fire and the differences between certain shield spells.
yes, that's right. But all the adventures will still be appropriate because it's not going to change things. Like, if it refers to a spell, that spell will still exist. Its exact parameters might be different, but that's
and it'll address
really
the
not where it
grenade
says it's
confusion.
going to be. I'm just going to have to
An
read.
in-world event that corresponds to it.
Well, no, because there is no official world for fantasy.
I mean, just for us.
All right. Well, I'll see how big the changes are,
Yeah.
but I think they're just going to be sort of.
Like, if there's a whole load of new spells dropped in.
Oh, there's going to be a whole load of new spells dropped in. Yes.
Yeah,
Right. Okay. So, draw upon death probably not going to do what you're seeing. Ghost strike is also probably not going to do what you're seeing. Enemy dead wouldn't. Pestilence. There you go. Pestilence inflicts a terrible sorcerer's wasting disease on a target of your choice. So it's similar, but it's not exactly what you're seeing either. Death Curse, which is the master death spell, or one of the master death spells, might do what you're seeing, because there are cosmetic changes between one mage and another about how exactly cosmetically certain spells work. So it could have been a death curse from a death magician. It's a possibility.
I have another thought.
Yeah.
Yep.
I bottled some of that gas to give to Isabel, and what if somebody else bottled some of it and the glass broke or something, or they intentionally let it out?
It's certainly possible.
Oh, yes, indeed. In fact, I bottled some of the white ichor
You did.
that poured out of the demon door.
Yeah.
That's right, I recall you doing that.
I think I later used it on the cage door with the scorpion, though.
You did.
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Right. If I don't think my character can actually see the skeletons. Surely, that's
you might be able to now.
there's no line of sight to that one at the very least.
I can see a skeleton.
You can definitely see that one.
No, I can see two skeletons now. Skeletons.
Skelly bones.
Okay,
Mean it.
I'm going to attempt turn undead.
Okay, so if you're going to attempt to turn undead, we're going to have to go over to the initiative tracker. So if everybody would like to make initiative rolls for their characters, please. I'll just open the turn order. There we go. That should be it.
At the very least, if this is successful, then they won't make any aggressive action towards us.
Yes, that's
but
right.
we can position ourselves for best advantage around them, and get the drop on them.
Okay, and then that one. And this one. And this. Oops, a daisy. Clicked one too many things there. Just go.
I let's say 3 dice plus. Yeah, okay, plus. So it is in there.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't show it as the bonus that's on there.
Yeah.
I need to do this one.
These look much better than the original skeletons we saw.
The do, don't they? These are new.
New
from
graphics.
new graphics, yeah.
Better graphics.
I think this is. I think these skeletons are from the pack that that Patrick bought me for my birthday. Actually, I'm pretty sure this is them. Or that most of them are them. I think there might be some that are from another pack as well.
If they eat us, it's your fault.
Yes, that's exactly how this works. Sorry, this is taking a while, but there are loads
There's a
of them.
lot of skeletons.
Yes,
let's say there were three. There were three compartments. Let's say with the scorpion, the worm, the minotaur. There were two other compartments, both with skeletons. 5 skeletons each, I believe. So we're probably looking at about 10. Which surprises me if somebody's been through here and hasn't flattened them.
Maybe they were released afterwards.
Yeah.
Possibly so, yeah. And I'll just...
Or they could have been re-raised. I mean, there's nothing stopping somebody taking the best parts of a skeleton and putting it back together and then raising it, I would think.
No, that's true. There would be nothing stopping that. If a necromancer knew what they were doing, they could do that, certainly. And that's us done. So I'll just organise this. Descending order. So, first up we have Kellen.
Right. I'm not liking the last thing that's on the list.
We haven't seen it. we cannot draw a line of sight to it. We don't know it's there.
But am I able to get past Mog on the ceiling?
Yes, Mog's hanging from the ceiling, so you're able to get past. That's not a problem.
Charge out and attack this skeleton.
Right, you are. Off you go. You move yourself out into position. You're charging, so you get your bonus to hit. The skeleton is... this one's armoured. And does that one have a shield? Let me just zoom in so I can see. No, it doesn't. So its target to hit is 11. And Kellen...
So you used the wrong sword, but it's the same rod. So.
Right, okay. So you come rushing out and slash into the skeleton, slamming a heavy blow into it. You get straight through the light mail in the area that you're attacking. You can hear a as one of its ribs breaks as well. So that's 7 off its hit points.
And I'll stand firm at this point.
Okie dokie. Don't know why that's not filled in. It should have been. I'll just pop that in, and then minus 7
quick
on there.
question.
Yes.
I'm wearing the gargoyle armor.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Now it's plate armor.
Yeah.
But it's of a lighter grade than normal.
That's right. It is. Yeah.
So does it actually inflict the dexterity penalty on dexterity?
It inflicts the dexterity penalty for the lighter grade, so instead of being, I think it's half what it would normally be at the moment.
Right, so my actual initiative would then be 19 in that case.
Right, well, I'll just change that manually. You still have you going long before anybody else.
I'd be 2 less, effectively.
Yeah. Okay, so next up I have one of the skeletons, which I can't see because I'm zoomed in too tightly. So, oh look, I've missed a couple. You'll be so pleased to hear. Okay, so what the bloody hell's this guy? There he is, all the way up there. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then he gets stuck behind him anyway. Next up is this guy. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You can hear the clanking of bones and armour in the distance, echoing through this huge vaulted chamber that you've entered now, which, as you know, it's a mixture of plinths with letters on and huge carved columns. Something about the columns, you think the carvings are slightly different to the ones you remember in the tomb you were in? Morg, you to go.
Right. I would like to slope over to above this guy here and leap down and attack him with axe.
Okay.
If that's possible.
Important technical point. As Mog moved there, I've got her visibility.
Right, okay.
Oh, that's better.
That's a problem with the latest patch for the lighting. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it. Oddly enough, that's one of the things that patch was supposed to solve, but we never had that problem until they introduced the patch.
Beautiful.
Yeah, isn't it just?
I love
Roll
technology.
20, breaking things that used to work. Okay, so Mog, you scuttle across the ceiling. Now bear in mind that as you come through the archway,
Yeah,
so the corridor was only 2 and a bit meters high, right?
yeah.
But it's a vaulted ceiling and it's 5 meters high. So the question is, did you want to drop before entering the room, or did you want to scuttle up the 5 meters and then drop?
Let me work out how far that would be if I managed to do that. Because
5
if I
meters is
managed to
about
do that, I would
16,
prefer to
17
do it
feet.
that way. Sorry?
5 meters is about 16 or 17 feet.
Yeah, no. I'm just trying to work out if I've got enough movement to.
Yeah, you will have.
Aye.
Okay, yeah, I'll do it that way then. Because then
Okay,
I
in that
feel
case,
like
I'm
I've
going to need a
probably got-
dexterity athletics roll from you, because that's quite a long way to drop. And if you fail the roll, they'll give it a target number of 11. What have you just rolled? Oh, look, 10. If you fail the roll, you're going to take some fall damage. It's a minor thing, so I'm only going to deal 1d6 damage. 5 damage.
So rocks fall. I mean, orcs fall.
Yeah, you see Mog
Same
scuttle
letters.
into the room, up the side of the wall, across the ceiling, and then cunningly plummet earthwards above the skeleton. You see her kind of leering at the skeleton, getting her axe that Gora's still a bit worried about, ready, and then just plummeting from the ceiling onto the skeleton. Even the skeleton looks up as if to say, "What is that orc do?" It's funny, the closer it gets, the more it looks like an orc. However, I'm going to see whether you'll land on it. If you do, you'll also do a d6 damage to it. So let's have a look at the skeleton's dexterity. I'm going to say it needs an 11 to get out of your way. 15. Yeah. So as you plummet earthwards, it steps back and you thump, bang, right in front of it. You tried the heroic 3-point landing. It was more of a sort of 1-point splat. Doof. So that's your minor action. You're on the ground. What would you like your major action to be?
Can I take a swipe at its feet?
Yes.
Oh, incidentally, did my armor count before or not?
It's a fall, so your armor counts at half its normal.
Okay, cool. That's okay. Oh, what's its dex?
I think your dex will be higher than its. Its dex is 1.
Okay, mine's 2. Cool.
Yeah. So if you hit it, you'll do your extra damage for your sneak attack. Not only did I... Actually, I'm not sure you did hit it. What did I say its defense was? It's not wearing a shield, so it's 11. You have hit it just barely, but you got 2 points of stunts.
Hey! Hang on. Get an extra dice, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
An extra dice of damage because your dexterity is higher than it.
Yeah.
You could add another dice on top of that for a mighty blow.
Could. Yeah, I think I'm going to.
You think you're going to? Right, you are. That's 3 days of damage.
That's 5 dice of damage, actually.
Well, that's 5 days of damage. Bloody hell. Right, okay. And that's 21 points of damage, which means 16 points of damage get through the skeleton's armour. I'm just going to move... I've accidentally keyed its hit points into Mog's token instead of the other way around. So I'm just going to move Mog out of the way, because your axe comes up, hits the thing in the pelvis, shatters the pelvis and comes straight upwards, up the middle of the spine, splitting the spine most of the way up towards the skull, which just drops off. Dink, 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 dink. Rolls across the ground. And you have killed it.
That's what you get for giving me confused looks.
So that's the first casualty of the day. The next thing up isn't moving just yet. So next up we have a skeleton,
Skellington.
which is all the way up here. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. As you hear this skeleton advance, or as you hear the advance of something in armour with sort of clanky bones, part of the way through you hear a grinding sound of stone on stone. As if something's trying to move but failing. And
Just behind the door.
next up, I think that's Adrian. Yes, it is.
Hands of Fate.
Hands of Fate, make a roll. And that's a pass with 6 points in the Fate pool. So as Adrian summons the mystical energy to her, you all feel a light sort of electrical crackling in the air, just for a second, just like static, and then nothing, except for the fact that Adrian now has a pool of 6 Fate points she can spend. And next up we have Clanky the skeleton up here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bit of a queue forming up there. And this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So you can hear the sounds of skeletons moving all throughout this darkened room. It's quite unnerving, actually. And Mog, you just keep seeing more and more skeletons emerging out of the darkness, coming towards you, clanking their way through this darkened hall.
Great.
I thought you'd be pleased. This one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's advancing on Mog, but falls short. It's the advantage of this huge room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's advanced all the way up to Mog and is going to make an attack. So let's just zoom in on it a little bit. And this one is armed with a bow. He could have stayed where he was.
Skeletons aren't very bright.
Skeletons. Yeah, skeletons are not very bright. So it's going to hit you with its sword.
Okay.
It's Mog. What's your defense?
Let me check. 12.
12. It's hit you. You're also on the ground because you fell off the roof. Fell off the ceiling, rather. Its preferred stunt is to knock prone. Doesn't actually have to do that. since you managed to do that yourself and you plummeted earthwards earlier. And set up. So I just need to check setup because I haven't used this since the
another
manor
battle
house.
where I'm just spend the entire battle on my arse again.
It could be, yes. So skirmish, stay away, knock prone, defense, discern, make.
You create an opening for an ally that they can exploit. Pick an ally. On their next turn, they receive a +2 bonus to an ability test of their choice.
Okay.
Must be made before the dice is rolled.
It's going to give the bonus to this skeleton here with the axe and the shield. So I'll just put a little 2-point marker on that. It's and setup cost it. How many points did setup cost it?
3.
3. So it's got 3 points left to hit you with. So it's going to go for a lightning attack and attack you again. But let's roll the damage from the first hit first. So damage of 10. Its lightning attack hit you as well. It doesn't get the stun points because this lightning attack was generated by stun points. So the second attack scores 8 points of damage.
Ouch.
Got it to go.
Moving up the field is my minor action. And casting Flaming Weapon on Callan's sword.
Okay, you're going to attempt to cast a flaming weapon on Kellen's sword. And that looks to me like that's a pass. So you advance up the field, grab just the bottom part of the blade of Kellen's sword, chants some mystic incantation to Palor, and the fires of Palor run up the blade of Kellen. And I'm just going to put a marker on Kellen so that we can see that that's happening.
Very Games of Thrones.
Very Games of Thrones, absolutely.
If I can say it.
Yeah.
That's an additional 1d6 damage.
An additional 1d6 damage, right?
For 4 rounds, because it lasts for a minute. Yeah, there's 4 rounds in a minute.
There are 6 rounds in a minute. Yeah.
Hey.
I think so. I might be playing D&D there. Hold on. No, 4 rounds in a minute. Yeah, you're right. 4 rounds in a minute. So animated. How are you, man? Marketplace, animated conditions. Blinded, charmed, deafened, frightened, incapacitated, paralyzed, restrained, stunned. Oh, it doesn't have a 1 for this. That's great. I'll just use a non-animated. Something that looks vaguely like fire, like that one, which is fire. There you go. So your weapon has burst into flames, and we have another skeleton acting next. Oops, I think I've zoomed out far too far there.
Somewhere out there.
I can't see that skeleton. Yes, I can. There it is. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. Again, you hear that grinding noise of stone on stone. This time also with a metallic screeching coming from a different area as well.
That'll be the Minotaur.
It could be. Okay, up next is the skeleton that has the +2 bonus to hit Mog. So it's going to charge Mog, which gives it a +1 bonus. So she's on the floor, which gives it a +1 bonus. And it's got a +2 from being set up. So it's going to ask you a question at +2. I haven't added the +2 there, +4 in total. Actually, I haven't added the pluses there, so I need to add that manually. That's 18.
Still going to hit.
That's a hit. And Mog, you've been struck in the well, I say struck. It swings the axe down towards your head. You see the head coming and the axe coming and try to roll, and it just grazes your left arm instead. So it's a bit of a wound. It's a graze, 6 points of damage.
Yeah.
Minus whatever your arm
was the extra hurt that you used my puns against me?
Indeed so. And next up is Calendar.
Well, right, so it's advance and charge the skeleton archer.
Okay, you charge a skeleton archer, which gets you +1 to hit. You can see the skeleton's got like a bow in one hand and a sword in the other one, and arrows across its back. But it hasn't occurred to it to shoot anything, so it's just run in and attacked Morgan hand to hand.
Yeah, I've clicked the button.
And that is, I believe, that might be a hit.
An 11.
11. Its defense would be 13 if it had a shield. It doesn't, so it's 11. So yes, that's a hit.
So it takes. I've added an extra dice for damage for the fire.
Right, yeah. So it takes 15 points of damage in total.
Yeah.
I just need to... Right, that one's not an armoured one, so you've killed it. You bring the sword across through the centre of its body and just shatter it into a pile of bones.
What shall I do with my stun point? That's the question.
Yeah.
Skirmish yourself up to take position against the next one. Take the heat off Mog.
You mean to there?
You could do,
I was thinking there to sort of distract that one.
Yeah, that'll do, yeah.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
And then I'll stand firm at that point.
Excellent. So you advance up there, stand firm, and you hear that grinding noise again of stone on stone.
Yeah, that's a gate trying to open, isn't it?
You think so, yes. And I need to pan out some more for this skeleton, which I'm still not seeing anywhere.
It's
is it?
beside C.
It's beside C. So it is, yeah. I didn't realise you could see them lighting up as well. Okay, so that one's going to close into attack Mog. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And it's rushing in to attack you with its... what's it armed with? Can anyone tell? I don't have to keep zooming in and out.
Dagger.
Dagger, right you are. That'll be a short sword.
I'd have zoomed in on that one earlier on because by the look of it, it looks as
Very
though
weird.
it looks prone, that one.
Right, yeah.
But it is definitely a dagger in its left hand.
Right you are. So I've actually classified that as a sword. So it's hit you with a sword. It's hit Mog with a sword. It's caused 6 points of stunts. So we are going to set up the same guy that got set up the last time. We're also going to do an additional dice of damage to you. So
I'm feeling pretty set up here, to be honest.
you should do at this point, yeah. So that's 9 basic points of damage plus from the stunt another 3. So that's 12 points of damage Mog takes in total. And Mog, it's your go to get some revenge.
Right. Ha. This guy here, the one that's getting all these bonuses, I'm going for him.
Right, in the hopes of
stand
killing
up
him
first,
before he
or-
can...
Yes, I am. I'm going to stand up. That's my minor action.
Minor action. So your minor action is you stand up, and as you're standing up, you bring your axe up to hit it. Make a roll.
Should be there.
13, that's a hit.
Hey. Is his dex the same as the other one?
It is, yes. All of the skeletons have a dex of 1.
Oh, excellent. That's what I like to hear.
17 points of damage. This is an armoured one, so that's 5, 6... That's 12 points of damage to get through. So you've shattered a lot of its ribs, but it's still coming at you. It's coming at you a lot less forcefully than it was before, but it's still coming at you. Can I have perception hearing rolls from everybody, please? And if you beat 17, I'll need to know about it.
I just also wanted to say to this guy, I'll use your ribs as hair sticks.
Yeah, nobody made it.
Nobody
Or did
made it.
they?
Or did they?
Oh, can we use fate points on this?
Yeah, you can use fate points on that if you want to.
Well, Gora's the closest at 16. Although Kellen did get 5 stunt points, so
You got one.
I did, and I suppose on a perception test, it's not going to be that much in the difference.
It's not enough.
I'll save the hands points then. I'll only spend 1 to make Gora's into a pass.
Okay, Gora, you can hear the sound of some slithering in the distance. It reminds you of a snake, like scales on the ground. But in addition to that, you can also hear dunch, 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 like very heavy footfalls. So more like an alligator, or where they're walking, but part of them's still on the ground as well.
Yep. Okay.
It's definitely getting
I can't
closer.
say anything about that until step 12. Yeah.
I'll let you say something because you're just speaking. So yeah, I'll let you say something now if you want to.
Right. Bearing in mind this knowledge comes from the first tomb that I went through.
Yeah.
The worm and the Minotaur are out. Fall back to the corridor.
Okay. So it is now the turn of one of the skeletons, which I'm not seeing which ones. Ah, there he is.
IE.
Yeah.
He's
Can you
beside
see that
beside
far? Can you? Okay. 1, 2,
it's all the
3,
way out
4,
to
5,
I can
6,
see the columns all the way up to here.
10. All right. Okay.
Didn't like
11. So that one's advancing towards the whole group, and it's now Adrienne to go.
Puppets of Fate.
Puppets of Fate this time. Right, you are. Make a spellcasting roll for puppets.
Spending 3 out of the hands pool to make that a pass.
Okay, you spend 3 points out of the hands pool, and Fate smiles down upon you, and you manage to cast the Puppets of Fate spell, so you'll be able to affect the rolls of the enemy as well now.
And you get a stun point as well.
And you get a stun point. How would you like to use the stun point?
Oh, can I reduce the cast cost on that?
You can.
No, that's only for a skillful casting, which is 2 points. It would
okay,
only be
so
a powerful casting, which increases the spell power.
Still worth it, because
Yeah.
they get a saving throw against it.
They do, yes.
If
Okay, so
you've-
yes.
Yeah.
So upping the spell power on that one, then.
Okie dokie, you can up the spell power. Remind me of that when the time comes to try and make a saving throw against it. So
Yep.
this one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Obviously, they don't get a saving throw against it until it's actually triggered against them.
Mm-hmm.
And remember to track how many. So you only got the one.
Just the one, unfortunately.
Just the one. Okay. Okay, so this one is now going to advance on Kellen instead of Mog, because Kellen's inserted himself in the way. So it will advance and attack. Can anyone tell me what this one's armed with, please?
Like
it's
bow and arrows.
Arrows, but for some reason it's carrying the arrows in its hand in a big crumple. Because I thought it was carrying sticks, but it appears that it just doesn't have a quiver, so it's just holding all its
It's
arrows.
just holding all its arrows, right, okay. So this is why it's given up on the bow then, because it tries to knock an arrow and it drops all the other ones. I will have it shoot you, though. Although I seem to have the stats for a crossbow. Never mind. 18 is a hit with 6 points of stunts.
Reroll.
So, right,
Well,
okay.
force it to make a saving throw, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's willpower, is it?
It is willpower, self-discipline versus spell power.
Right, what's your spell power? Remembering you
18.
boosted it?
18.
18. Oh, Christ. Right, I'm not sure I can.
Was it on the spell?
Yes.
That's so useful.
Oh,
hang
dear.
on. Oh, whoa. Hang on. No, we're not carrying the major stuff.
So it
Alright.
drops by 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it'd be up by 1, so it'd still be 16.
It'll still be 16, and I've still only rolled an 8. So I'm going to have to re-roll that crossbow shot, which means I'm going to lose those 6 points of stunts.
Most likely.
Still a hit, but it's now a hit. Oh, actually, no, I don't think that
That's
is a
not
hit. Not again. I'm forgetting who I'm shooting at there. Right, so it brings up, as it advances, it brings up the crossbow. Kellen sees roughly where the crossbow's pointed and just twists slightly in his advance so that as it fires, click, it goes so close to him you can actually hear the tip of the crossbow bolt across the breastplate of his armour. So everyone's teeth are on edge, but nobody's harmed, and neither is the armour. Gora, you to go.
Okay. I'm wanting to do. Can't remember what it's called. It's shock blast.
Shock
which
blast.
I believe has a 6x6 area of effect. Yeah, 6x6.
Yeah.
So just to measure that from where I'm at, I can get everybody. I can get those 3 in that, no bother at all.
Right, you are. Are you likely to hit any of your own side, though, is the question?
No.
The wording of the spell is
Only
different.
enemies.
Fire blast.
Yeah.
So just to confirm
Enemies
that.
only.
Yeah. That's right, because it's shock blast and
electricity
not
out from
fire
your hands
blast.
or
Yeah.
arcane device shocking enemies in a 6x6 area.
Yeah.
Anyone in this area takes 1d6 plus willpower penetrating damage.
Okay, make the roll. And that's a hit. You summon the power of Palor and release it into your enemies. A massive blast of that did look like fire, but that is, I assure you, electrically charged ions.
Plasma.
Plasma, yeah, which You said they get a save and throw, didn't you? And we've hit.
No, hang on.
Oh no, they take damage. Right. Roll the damage.
Hang on a second. Hang on. Right. Targets that make a successful Constitution stamina versus spell power only take 1d6, not the 1d6 plus willpower.
Right.
So,
Okay. So they
do you
do.
want to save first, or am I doing the?
Well, I'll do the save first. So the first one. Did you say it was willpower? Stamina. Constitution stamina. Okay. And the spell power.
Oh God! No. Hang on. Now.
13. Yeah.
No, 14.
14. It does. Yeah. I was reading the total. So 14 spell power.
I've got the focus for that. So yes, I'll be correct.
Yeah.
10 plus willpower, isn't it?
The first one's failed, so the first one takes the standard damage. The second one has also failed. It will take standard damage, and the last one also failed. So all three of them are going to take the standard damage.
There you go.
8 points of damage to each of them. Is this penetrating?
Penetrating, yes.
I had a feeling it was going to be flaming penetrating. So that means he's got 7 left. And he's got killed. So the one that they kept setting up has just been blown apart by this electrical shot. And that one's got 7 left. So it's killed one of them and wounded 2 more. And this Galabob here. 1, 2, 3.
For my minor action,
5. Yeah.
I'm falling back into the corridor, and if I can talk again.
Yes. Oh, yes.
I'm reiterating my previous point.
Run away!
Fall back to the corridor.
Run away!
Being more specific than that.
Run away to the corridor!
We're going to potentially have a problem.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Mog can get
10,
on the ceiling.
11.
Unless Mog goes up the...
That's
Yeah,
right.
I did that.
Yeah. And this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And Kellen to go.
Yeah, what I need is 3 stump points here. Because obviously I'm going to hit the skeleton.
Yes.
To the... Oh no, that one... don't know if that counts actually, but anyway, I'm going to hit the one to the north of me.
Right, you are.
Or attempt to, I should say, attempt to.
Of course, yes.
When it gets there. Take that, you evil undead skeleton thing.
That's a hit with 1 stunned point.
Right. Okay. Let's just basically mash it then.
Okay, 16 points of damage, and you've destroyed that one. So you can describe how you would like to destroy that one.
Basically, it's a figure of 8 slash. Cuts it through the body and takes its head off.
Brilliant.
Parts fall in either direction.
Yeah. So as the blade does a figure of 8 through the creature or the skeleton, just shards of bone go in all directions as it crumples apart under the force of the twin impacts.
And for 1 stun point, I'll skirmish myself back to there.
Right, you are. You skirmish yourself back to there to protect everybody else's withdrawal. And this skeleton advances. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. And now Disvon is already attacking Mog. So no bonuses this time. It's just a flat-out attack with a sword.
Oh, I'm standing firm as well, sorry.
Standing firm, okay. Mog's been hit.
Of course.
Mog the sword magnet has been hit again for 6 points of damage.
Okie dokie.
Now it's Mog to go.
Well, his day's numbered. So we're going to turn around and attack that minor annoyance.
Okay. Mog
Before
smash.
all ever comes through. Hang on. I don't know if I clicked that properly there. Or if
I had the same problem. I had to try it 3 times. Okay, 15. That's a hit.
That'll be your extra dice of damage as well.
Oh dear. Right, how would you like to do this?
I would just like to bring my axe over my shoulder, like overhead and straight through.
Okay, you bring your axe overhead and hammer it down onto the side of the creature's skull, shearing off a fraction of the skull, shattering the jaw, down through the clavicle, shatters the sternum, which causes all the ribs just to drop down, hitting the ground like some kind of musical instrument. Plink, 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 plink. And then the whole thing just...
Style.
Yes, I love Style. And the whole thing just topples over and shatters on the impact of the ground. And...
Yeah, gunpowder.
next.
Minor action.
Minor action, if you have one. Like move, for example.
I am also going to fall back to here and take it. This is where the wall starts getting
Yes.
over again.
Yeah, you can scuttle round the wall from there and into the corridor. Like above Callan's head. Okay, 1. Right, that counts as 5 to go past because it's partially blocked. You all hear the sound of rending metal, like metal being contorted under extreme pressure, a shrieking, grinding noise, and whatever it was is just broken loudly. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let's keep it there because it's going to keep cover between you and it, and actually come round this way. And you heard that, Kellen heard that, sorry, it wasn't Kellen, I think it was Gora heard that slithering noise with the footsteps as well. This skeleton's going to advance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Just manages to get into hand-to-hand combat with Kellen, so it's going to swing its axe at him. And it is going to miss. Adrian to go next.
Another Puppets of Fate.
Another Puppets of Fate, up you go. Okay, that's a successful cast, and this time you have 4 points in the Puppets of Fate pool.
And you do have 4 stun points.
And you do have 4 stun points as well.
In which case, I'll reduce the cost of the casting. Did you say I could take that one twice or not?
Yeah, oh yes, you can take that one twice. Yeah.
Right, so skillful casting twice to reduce by 1 point each time. So that's only a cost of 4 magic points, not 6.
Yeah.
Well worth it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
Preservation of resources.
As she summons the power of fate to help her manipulate the fates of her enemies around her, more and more of said enemies just seem to be emerging out of the darkness of this massive chamber as skeleton after skeleton sort of clanking its way down remorselessly towards you. And this one's going to close in and attack Kellen in the side there. $15, is that a hit?
No.
Didn't think so.
No.
Okay, so that's a miss too, and it is Gora to go.
Healing. Mundane healing on Mog.
Okay.
Oh, cheers.
Where Mog's attached to the side of the wall like some kind of child's toy. You take a look to attend to her various bumps, abrasions, bruises and cuts. And that's a successful pass. So, Mog, you get back... This is a mundane healing, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, I just forget what that does.
The sort of ready reckoner for healing isn't on this one. It isn't in the vault, is it?
But also,
it
you've
will
got
be.
surgery as a focus.
Yeah.
Healing.
If you want to quickly have a look in the...
Actually, hang on. I've got it as a specialization as well. Right.
So you get double. You usually get double the stun points plus intelligence.
Right. So it's only a minor action for one thing. Hands of a healer. When you use your heal action, your ally gets back health equal to the stunt die times 2 plus intelligence. So that's 8 plus 3.
11.
Yeah.
Sweet, thank you. That's really handy. Thank you.
Just as a minor thing, it might be worthwhile Adrian using a minor action to move back, and Gora to move back into the corridor a bit.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean,
to lure them down this way, and they're at the disadvantage from trying to get down a corridor rather than us being trapped in a corridor.
Completely, yes. Okay, so the corridor's thank you. Corridor's basically clear there. Are you wanting it completely clear for a full run back? It's just if we haven't got a line of sight to you, then some of our spells aren't going to work.
Well, the thing, yeah, you've got line of sight from there, right?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Right.
It's just there's 5 spaces around me where it could be attacked from.
Oh yeah, I was thinking, was I not here previously?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was thinking you were going to go where Mog is, and Mog was going to come to here.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, I could only skirmish back to that point.
Ah, right. Okay.
And I was going to stand firm then to avoid any knockdowns or attempt to avoid any knockdowns.
Are they even capable of rolling high enough to hit you to get past your defense?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Because they can roll 3d6.
Roll 3d6, which could give 18, and they get plus 4 to hit, I think, which is 22 is the maximum they could get.
Yeah.
Right.
So they can beat my score. In that situation, I don't want to be with 6 stun points against me.
No, because the group attack, don't they?
They can do, yeah. So Kellen to go. You know that from...
On the matter of bookkeeping, before you roll, how many rounds has it been for your flaming sword?
2.
Okay, cool.
This is 3rd. Right. So I'm going to swing out at the skeleton there.
Right, you are. Does the flaming sword not just last till the end of the encounter?
No, it's only for 4 rounds.
That's unusual. Okay.
If you'd like to make a ruling for easiness, to run to the end of the encounter, I'll not complain.
I'm going to have a think about that, because it would bring it in line with other combat spells. So I'm going to have a bit of think about that. I'll give you an answer when it would otherwise have run out.
Yes, no worries.
Was that for stun points there, but never mind.
Yeah, you didn't get them, but you did hit. So if you'd just like to ping the one you're going to destroy, and that one there. And is that one armoured? Doesn't look like it is. No, you've killed it then. So how would you like to kill that one?
It's just a straight smash, overhand chop, bang.
Okay, you bring an overhand chop down through its clavicle and sternum and shear off the top half of the skeleton, and the whole thing just disintegrates and clatters into the component bones.
Right. If Mog's on the wall...
Yeah.
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 Can I actually move back then?
Yes, you can. Yeah.
I'll do that.
Okay. And Marg, it's you to go.
Okie dokie. I am going to...
Do you have a loaded gun you could shoot?
I do. I'm going to shoot at this guy, and then I'm going to move backwards. Everybody wish me luck that this is like the 1 in 9 times that this actually hits.
That's a hit.
Oh, bloody hell.
Even though this one's shielded, he brings the shield up, and you fire the pistol bulb just punches its hole straight through the edge of the shield and hits him. 14 damage.
Did you add your extra dice?
I did, yes.
Okay, so that one's quite badly injured. You've blasted a section of the bone
you can actually
off
go
it.
past us.
Yes, you could. You could if you
How-
wanted to.
Is it?
Oh.
Do
Did
we
you
want
both-
me to go past you?
Or do you want to stand there as being in front, being attacked?
I'm quite beefy, and I'm all right on health. To be fair, at the moment.
Okay. It's just they can hit you easier than they can hit me.
Oh well, in that case, if you want to be the meat shield, go for it. There you go.
Well, that's technically that is my role.
Fair enough.
Be up front and
Mhm.
taking the damage, soaking the damage.
Fair enough.
Okay, this one's now advancing down the corridor towards you all.
Tank damage per second and support.
Yeah. Advances on Kellen and attacks. Well, look what it's going to do. 15, that's a miss. Adrian to go.
Right, we've got an active hands and puppets pool.
Yeah, Alphys.
In which case, Strings of Fate.
Oh, right. God. We've never actually used this since she acquired it. Okay, make a roll for Strings of Fate. That's a pass. That's a need for me to read the spell.
I was just about to for everybody.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's do.
You pull the web of fate to favour your party. You and your allies within 10 yards of you may each choose one stunt. Characters can perform their chosen stunt at 1 stunt point less than normal,
Nice one.
for a minimum of 1. For the rest of the encounter, a character can only benefit from one of these spells at a time.
Okay. Okay, so you can each select a stunt that's going to be the one that will cost you 1 stunt point less. You don't have to pick it right now. You can wait until it gets to your turn to select it. So it gives you a bit of thinking time. So, this one here advances. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, and 11. Gora, you to go. And what's the stunt you're going to select?
Oh, right. Good question.
Or if you prefer, you can wait until the first time you generate stunts, and then you can solidify it.
That's kind of what I thought you were suggesting.
Okay, we'll do it that way then, yeah.
I do have one thing in mind that, there's only one thing I could really choose with it.
Okay. Okay. Well, you can either announce it now, or you can wait until such time as you do generate stunts and announce it then instead. And zoom
I
in
think
the
that may be
battlefield
more
a little
dramatic.
bit. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
we'll do it that way.
I'm going to open fire on that skeleton with my arquebus.
Right you are. So in the closed confines of this cavern, there is a massive, thunderous report. Everybody's ears are ringing for the next few rounds. And make a roll to see if you hit. Yeah, that's a hit. You may roll the damage. 15 damage, so 5 off for its armour, 10 straight through, blown it to pieces. Nothing left of that one. So, with Gora having blown that one apart, it is this skeleton's turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Unfortunately, it's not like Medieval Dead where one turns to the other and says, "Let's get out of here."
Yeah, I'm afraid
This
it's not.
is my boomstick.
Dick. This skeleton, you notice its shield is peppered with both arrows and pistol ball holes as well. So somebody's had a go at this guy before.
Okay.
Whether they had a go at him while he was alive and that's how he became a skeleton, or afterwards, you have no way of knowing, but definitely one or the other. So it attacks Kellen and misses, of course.
Yeah, it's just that big shield just in the way. It just
Yeah.
can't get past the.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. Gets to there. This skeleton here. That's funny. I've just done him. Right. So, Kellen, you to go.
Well, I mean, it's time to kill it then.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun. There we go.
13 with 3 points of stunts. That's a hit. Even with its
So-
shield, that's a hit.
Yeah.
This is one of the shielded ones, but that only takes them up to 13.
So it takes 18 points of damage.
Right, you are. It's
And I
not.
need to look at you. Have you got the stunts?
Yeah, just a second.
Yeah.
You can for 3. You've got lightning attack and setup.
Oh no! I've got more than that for 3.
For combat stunts. Well, I mean,
Combat stunts. I can dual strike.
Oh yeah, there's all the ones at 1 and 2. Yeah.
Yeah. And all the ones at 4 as well.
I get the ability to. No. Dual strike only costs me 3 points anyway.
Yeah.
It's reduced due because I'm a warrior.
Yeah.
Ah.
Right. So let's see, for 3 points, I'm gonna have to do a lightning attack.
Yes, you can do a lightning attack on it.
Do you want that one to be your nominated chief of stunt?
No,
Okay.
there's no point. I've got 3 points. It's the only stunt that I'm going to do in this one. If I'd had 4 stunt points, I would have made Mighty Blow the.
So you can get it twice.
So I can get 2 stunts in. Right. I have rolled the dice. I'm just waiting for it to come through. The second attack, 15. That's a hit.
Okay, that's a hit.
And it's another 14 points of damage.
Another 14 points of damage destroys it completely. So describe how you'd like to do that.
Basically, the flaming sword strikes it twice and lops off its arms and its head.
Right, you are. You strike down on the creature, lopping off its arms and then backswing, and its head just rolls off, smashes against the wall and shatters.
Right. The magic sword is now no longer a magic sword.
Right, you are. So I still need to make that decision about whether I'm going to. I am going to make the call that I'm going to bring it into line with other combat spells, so it will remain lit for the encounter.
Grand.
We're doing this as a test, so we'll do that this time, and then if we decide afterwards that somehow unbalanced it, then in future we'll go back to how it's written. But for now, I'd like to bring it into line with how other combat spells work and say that it lasts the whole encounter, and just see how that pans out.
I have been of the general opinion that fire stuff is underpowered versus other arcana. So
So I do think that should be for the entire encounter, which brings it in line with other combat spells. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That one's coming rushing down to attack Kellen.
Oh, he's got a big chopper.
And he's hit you, I think. 18?
Oh, I was standing firm.
Then he hasn't.
No. He has hit.
Or has he?
Or has he?
Oh, has he?
Make a reroll.
Oh, make a reroll. Okay, so first of all, it's his willpower self-discipline, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
Against your bloody hell. So he got 3. That's a definite fail. So he's going to have to re-roll with the axe. So as he was about to strike Kellen in the side of the head, fate intervenes, and Kellen just kind of staggers slightly on a loose stone. And as he staggers back, the axe just thump in front of his face by inches, and then he regains his balance, as if something up there was looking out for him. Like fate, for example. Mog of the Bright-Eyed Clan, what would you like to do?
Speaking of something up there looking out for people, I would like to crawl off the top of everybody else. And then, without falling and hurting myself, I want to land on this guy and axe him.
Right, you're not going to hurt yourself from this height because it's only 2.5 meters high. So you drop down. You can land on him if you want to, if you pass the dexterity acrobatics roll or dexterity athletics roll.
Is this not what somebody was doing in the game yesterday?
I can't remember actually. I can just remember the Misty Step, and that's right. Yeah, I can just remember that giant trying to grinning smugly at us and trying to say something before I shot it in the shoulder and did catastrophic amounts of damage. To which the games master was like, bloody hell! Right, okay, so I think you've landed on it. You've landed on it, so you can do a d6 damage from the impact.
Okie dokie.
Adding your strength.
Adding my strength. Hang on.
Adding your strength, yes.
I upped that recently. What's my strength at these days? Ooh, excellent.
So that's 6 in total. Its armour only counts for half because it's a fallen crushing injury, so it's only 2 comes off that. That's 4 goes straight through, leaving 11. So you land heavily on it. It's now prone, and that gives you +1 to hit.
Hey!
That was technically your minor movement because that was just a move.
Yeah.
So you can now still have your major action, which is your attack.
Yeah. Oh, that's +1, by the way. Sorry, I didn't.
Right, that's a definite hit. Then.
Okay, cool.
So as you land on it, bearing it to the ground, you then stand over it, raise your axe above your head, bring it down heavily, and... Bloody hell!
What was that the GM said yesterday, Bryan?
Yeah, exactly the same. I think I've just said it in the same pitch as well, actually. Right, so you bring it down to the centre of the back of the skeleton's skull, and just shatter the skull completely. So let's delete that one. That one's very dead. And now this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Oh, I was about to say, are we aware the boss music's still playing? But never mind. I
Yes.
see it now.
As you are killing that, you're aware of a presence behind you. The hairs on the back of your neck stand up and, oddly enough, burn off. All of you feel a wave of nausea running through you as this 6-legged reptilian creature suddenly appears around the corner. Its front claws grasp the wall, its claws digging in enough that it gouges chunks of stone out as its reptilian face appears around the thing. Its eyes, huge as saucers, seem massively outsized for the size of its rather long, thin skull as this 6-legged beast glares at you.
Lovely.
And that was just its first action, so let's have a look what it's going to do with its second. I'm going to have to look under powers, because it's got shitloads of them, so just bear with me a second. That's preferred stunts. That's a stunt. Venomous Gears attack. Is that a stunt, or is that a separate attack? It's a stunt. Oh, bums. All of its
Powers are stunts.
Yeah, all of its powers are stunts. Okay, never mind. That means it doesn't get to kill you to death just yet. But it's looming. It's doing a loom. Okay, Adrian to go.
Now, I think we've got all 3 fate spells actually active at this point. We've got a hands pool, we've got a puppets pool.
Also, yes.
And strings is out.
Yes, that's right.
Right. Okay then. Casting Shadow's Hood on that.
Right, okay. You're going to attempt a Shadow's Hood on the creature. Make the roll. So, as... excuse me. Excuse me. As Adrienne summons the power of darkness around her, you can see the shadows gather and her eyes turn just black in black as the power of shadow forms around her and then sort of oozes out across the floor and tries to wrap the creature's head within. So, I just need to check the save and throw, unless you've got that handy.
You're going to willpower any focus versus my spell power.
Okay, willpower any focus. I don't have any willpower focuses, so it's a flat willpower. What is your spell power?
15.
15.
-2 because I'm not carrying the major stuff.
Okay, that's down to 13. Ah, bugger. Okay, and you managed...
What it is.
You managed to strike the creature blind, which means its venomous gaze stunt is not open to it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Shame that, isn't it?
It's all right. It's still got plenty of other venomous stunts that it can use. Okay, so I'm going to blind it. We can zoom right the way in on the basilisk now. And let's use a... no, let's use that one. There we go. Blinded. Although it does get a save and throw. Oh no, I've tried the save and throw.
yeah.
Damn.
You failed the saving.
I failed the save and throw. Yeah, okay, it's blind for the moment then.
And even if you had made it, you might not have made it.
Might not have made it. How long does Shadowhood last?
That is for rounds equal to my willpower, but I can extend it for an additional 2 magic points.
Okay.
For further rounds equal to my spell power.
Okay, so how long before you need to spend extra points?
You've got 3 rounds of blindness, then it costs me another 2 magic points for a further 3 rounds of blindness.
Okay. Right, you are. So I've popped them on. I'm just going to bring it to the top because it seems to be behind the corpse there, which is a bit of an odd effect. To front. There we go. Slither. And that was Adrienne, wasn't it?
That was.
It was. So it is this skeleton next, which is going to move in behind this monstrous beast and shoot a crossbow over the top of it.
Very quick question.
Yes.
Just while I think of it. Can you aim a spell? With +1.
Can you aim a spell? I think it
Yeah.
depends on the spell.
You could definitely aim a arcane blast.
Arcane Blast you can definitely aim, yeah.
Yes.
Maybe things like rock blast, which are like a single target.
Things that are actually projectile based.
Yes, I think it's things that are projectile based that you
Right,
can,
okay.
yeah.
Shadow dagger, maybe.
Yeah. Shadow Dagger, that sounds like something you could aim, yeah. Okay, so crossbow shot. Twang, thunk, hits the wall. Gora, you to go.
Right, so your sword's already lit up. Mog, how you doing for health?
I'm pretty good, to be honest.
Okay. Can I
'Cause
get...
I have been hit a couple of times, but with the exception of one, which like you healed basically already.
Yep.
They've all been quite low damage
Okay.
so far.
Right, okay. Not a problem. Can I get to Mog from where I'm at? Can I get past Kellen?
It's a metre wider square, isn't it? So yeah, you could squeeze past another person in a metre. Yeah, definitely.
Right,
You'd both have to turn sideways, but you can do that.
right. Flaming weapon on Mog's axe.
Okie dokie. Make the roll to ignite her axe. 15. As you touch the haft of Mog's axe, flames burst out around the actual metal striking head. It's burning away fiercely now.
They're
Okay.
still burning blue again.
It can burn blue, yes. Let's make it burn blue.
That's how we found out it was magical, wasn't it?
That is how you found out it was magical, yes. So your axe is indeed burning with a blue flame, yes. So let's just advance this skeleton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 to there. Then this skeleton, again, we get into those awkward positions where we have a bit of a roadblock building up. And Kellen to go.
Me to go.
Yeah.
Not a lot I can do from there. There's two people in front of me. I can't swing at the creature.
One's on the wall, and you can pass. You can pass Gora the same way she passed you if you want. You'd both have to turn sideways
So
to
could
let
I
you pass.
charge into its
Yeah,
front and attack it then?
you can indeed. Yes.
I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll do a charge and then go.
Right.
Take that. Find out what we need to hit it.
Let's just type
Come on, dice.
that in. That in there.
That's a 20
That's a 20. That's a hit
with 2 stunt points,
with 2 stun points.
which I will go for. What can I do for 2 stunt points?
Oh, right. You could, if you reduce the cost of Mighty Blow, you could take that twice. If Bryan would allow that.
No, you can't take Mighty Blow.
You can't take Mighty Blow.
Oh, right. Okay.
However, if I do a Mighty Blow for 1 point, which I think I'll do,
Yeah.
I will also skirmish it backwards.
Oh, right, okay. 2 meters back.
Yeah. What effect does that have on the skeletons?
They get out of the way.
They get out of the way, right? Or do I really want to do that though? That's the question. We'll do it. We'll see how it pans out. It might not be the best thing to do. Push it back out the corridor because it means we're not able to hit it then at that point. Right. So for the amount of damage that it takes to the face, it's only 17.
So 17 damage. I'll just check its armor.
Bound to have some armor. Should have stabbed it in the eyes.
Okay. So you race forward and bring the sword down heavily on its nose. It becomes startled. It kind of judders. Its head snaps upwards. It's not expecting this. It can't see what's going on. For the first time in a long time, it feels as if it's on the back foot of all 8 of its feet, and it scuttles backwards, trying to get away from whatever it is that's attacking it that it can't see. The skeletons just barely get out of the way in time. Mog, you to go.
Boop. I'm kind of like trapped into Kellen. Hang on. I can't move my token.
I'll move myself out of the way.
Chars. I'm gonna go for this skeleton up here.
I've been pushed through a wall.
Out of the way. That's the wrong thing to open.
Don't forget your extra D6 for your flaming axe.
Oh yes. Was that to the roll or the damage?
The damage.
Okay.
It's an extra D6 damage for the flaming axe. It's an extra D6 damage because you have a higher dexterity than the skeleton does. So you've hit it. Just barely, but you have hit it.
I don't think it's going to be a just barely there, like.
No. How would you like to do this?
While it's distracted by that lizard sort of wobbling backwards blindly, I want to whack it over the side of the neck and behead it.
Okay. It's trying to scuttle out the way of the retreating basilisk, and it then works its way back round in an arc to get back into the entrance to attack you. Your axe meets it coming the other way and takes its skull clean off the top of its shoulders.
2 seconds, I just need to go and check something out.
Okay. Aware that there is something there, this huge basilisk will now slightly more cautiously than before, move forward to attack whatever that is it can't quite see. So, instead of getting its usual +6, it only gets +4, so I'll take 2 off the dice roll as we roll. So instead of 21, it is 19. That's still a hit.
Reroll.
Yeah, still a hit.
Reroll? Okay. And on the reroll, would still be a 19, but with 3 stunts. So it has to take the worst, so it takes the one without the stunts. So it hits Mog, its claws raking across Mog's shoulders for 12 points of damage.
Oof.
Okay. Lucky it didn't bite you. Does a lot more damage in a bite, but it's slightly less likely to hit, and being blind, I wanted to give it the best chance it could. So, Adrienne to go.
What's the range of the shadow dagger? Has she got any accuracy yet? 2. I kind of want to keep the magic points for keeping it blind.
Mm-hmm.
I think we'll have some arcane blast, which I don't know the range for offhand. So
Okay.
Yeah, you'll be able to hit that.
have to look it up.
Arcane
like-
blast, like 60 meters or something.
16.
Aye, 16.
16 yards. Yeah, that's fine.
Unless you've got the higher level, which means it goes further.
Goes further again, yeah.
Big blast. Right, so arcane blast. Boop.
That's
Oh,
a hit, and with 5 stun points.
Oh, fantastic. Right. Then I think what I'm going to do is... not that. Sorry, remind me, does this use spell stuns or does it use combat stuns?
It can use either.
Oh, okay. Do you declare whether you're using one or the other, or do you just pick from both?
Just pick. It's probably supposed to be... It's not clear in the rules. It's probably supposed to be combat stunts, because some of the spell stunts are things that wouldn't apply. Like reduced cost. Well, there is no cost for arcane, so it's probably supposed to be combat stunts. But I will allow either, so that if you generated enough to recast, you could cast a spell then as well, and so on.
Lovely, thank you. Oh, okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go with a lightning attack.
Mm-hmm.
And if I take the reduction on Mighty Blow,
Yeah.
can I apply Mighty Blow to each of those attacks?
You apply it to the second attack.
Probably not.
Okay.
Because you can only take it once in
Yeah.
a round.
I can only take it once in a round anywhere. Right, so,
Yeah.
okay, so even if I reduce it, I can't take it multiple times.
That's right, yeah.
Oh, that thing has armor, doesn't it?
Yes, natural armor, yes.
Right. Okay, I'm going to take the reduction on Pierce armor.
Yes, you can do that.
So that the target's armor is halved, rounded down.
Okay, so that becomes 3.
Right, and I'll go for a lightning attack. So that's 4 of the stunt points spent.
Okay.
And with the other one, I'll go with Stay Aware.
Okay, right you are. So you unleash your arcane blast, roll the damage. Seven points, and it only takes 3 off for its armor now instead of the full amount. So that's 4 comes off it. -4 there. Okay, so the lightning blast hits it as it's hissing. It goes right inside its mouth, and you can see like the energy bursts open capillaries inside its mouth, so it's now bleeding quite heavily.
Excellent. So that was right. So lightning attack. I go again. Yeah.
You do, yes.
So I roll to hit it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, that's another hit. You don't actually get the stunts that would generate because this attack was generated by stunts. But it is another hit, so you can roll the damage again. 7 again. This time its armor counts to full effect, so only 1 gets through. But the second blast hits it in the top of the head. And you can see sort of blistering around the top of its eyes and whatnot from where the spell impacted. And Gora to go.
Opening up.
Yeah, you should have taken a blindness point off.
Oh yes, I should.
Has it only been 1 round since that was cast? Yeah, because
Yep.
That's the second time that's the first time that Adrian's gone since that was cast.
That's
yeah.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so minor action. I will reload my arquebus, and then I'll fire.
Okay, you reload your action. You reload your arquebus with a minor action and open fire. Make a roll.
No. 19.
Actually, it's a major action to reload an arquebus.
Is it?
Yeah.
I do beg your pardon. Right.
Actually, a pistol is as well, and we've always assumed a pistol was a minor. Yeah.
Hang on. No. The pistol is a minor and arquebus is a major. It says on the little table thingy.
I've got the little table in front of us. Haven't said that. I've got this.
Looking at the missile weapon ranges to reload is a minor action. That does make sense, as it's the bigger weapon. Right. Okay.
See, I've got it on the Games Master's screen, so it could be that there's a misprint on the screen. So we'll keep pistols as a minor action, but arquebuses as a major action.
The pistol.
You do have a pistol, I believe, don't you?
Yeah, you do.
I've got 6. and yes, those are minor actions to reload as well. The entire point of getting that many was so I didn't have to
reload. Yeah.
During combat. Right. Okay. The dice are the same for a pistol as they are for the arquebus to hit.
Just keep it. Yeah. So it's a hit.
If you're happy with that. So I'll just roll the damage for a pistol in that case.
Yeah, that's fine. So there's another loud report and everybody's ears are ringing again. 8 points of damage, so that's 2 that get through its armour.
Just as a point of clarity there, on page 55 of the actual 1.1 rulebook, missile weapon ranges, pistol, major action to reload.
Yeah, and that's what I've got on the Games Master screen. It says major as well.
Things like longbows, short bows, and throwing weapons.
Minor actions. Yeah.
Because if you think about it, it's far more complex than just knocking an arrow.
It is.
You've got to pour powder. You've got to ramrod the ball down the barrel.
You've got to charge the pan. You've got to cock, and then you've got to fire.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
But it does also say that reload after you make a ranged attack. You must reload before you can fire again. This is also on page 55. This can be a major, minor, or free action depending upon the weapon and your talents.
Yeah.
So.
Yes, some talents do reduce it. Yes.
It reduces it.
You can.
I've just got the weapon group, and that's it.
I have
and even that was at your discretion, Bryan.
Yeah, I have a strong suspicion that Mog might have something that reduces her points. But anyway, let's crack on with the skeletons who are all actually stuck on the wrong side of the basilisk. So it's Kellen to go.
Right. Do I have anything stopping me from hitting the basilisk?
Nope, nothing at all.
So I can charge up and smack it in the face again.
Yeah.
Right,
You'll have to be careful you don't accidentally headbutt Mog who's hanging from the ceiling, but apart from that, you're fine.
Don't know if you want to move Mog out of the way first before.
I can do. I seem to have moved the corpse instead.
Oh, I can move Mog. Yeah.
I think you can actually, yes.
Right, okay. I'll move her back to behind me.
That's a point of interest. I can move everybody as well.
Yep. That's because when I was setting everything up, only Glyn had actually joined the game, and I didn't want to be in a position if we start and then, like, the first encounter we notice nobody can control anything.
Oh, hold on.
So anybody who hadn't logged in, I couldn't assign their stuff to, so I assigned it to all players.
No. That's no different to being an actual tabletop. Everybody can move everybody else's miniatures.
Yep. Okay. When now everybody's sort of logged in, I can do the proper assignments between this session and the next, but for the time being. Okay, so just waiting for Kellen's attack to come up.
I'm back.
Okay.
Okay, let's swing the sword.
Okay.
Just waiting for it to go.
Target number's only 13. $16, that's a hit.
Right. Okay. Only going to be it's
17 damage, 6 off of the other, that's 11, which I think is the same as you did last round.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 11 damage, so your blow smacks into the side of the basilisk. It's recoiling again, it's not used to being hit as regularly and as for as much as it's currently suffering. So, Mog, it's you to go. Louise? Louise?
You're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Sorry, I did a BBC News reader there. I do apologise. I forgot to unmute myself. Anyway, as I was about to say, as I was saying, but nobody could hear me, I am actually over the top of where Kellen is. I just didn't want the characters to get stuck together again.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, so I'm going to try and axe this basilisk.
Yeah. 12's a miss. It's a narrow miss, but the blow just skitters across the top.
Missing by how much?
1 point.
I'm certain we've got an active hands pool, so we'll have at least that many.
Okay. Take one off the hands of fate pool, whereas you were just about to miss. Your blow was just about to glance off the armoured, scaly hide of the basilisk. Because it's rearing back in shock at the impact of Kellen, it's actually like rammed itself onto your axe, causing you to connect much more heavily than you might otherwise have done. Once again, fate stepping in there. So, it's a hit, roll of damage. You've also got 2 points of stunts.
What is this thing's dexterity?
Now, those are good questions. Just take a look. Basilisk's dexterity is 3.
Okay, so, hang on. I don't get the bonus there.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I'm just checking there as well. Oh yeah, I've still got my stunt to declare as well. Right, okay, can I lower the points of setup?
Yes.
By one?
Yes, you can.
Sweet, I'll take that as my stunt. Let me roll this damage then. Ooh,
So, who are you...
my weapon's still on fire as well. Still,
It is,
sorry.
yes, so it's an extra damage. So who are you setting up? Ooh. 14 points get through. Ouch.
Probably Callan, actually, because it's probably the best place to do a decent attack.
Right, you are. So you hit it quite heavily. You also set it up so that Kellen can hit it next. You've hit it so hard you've attracted its attention to you, so it's kind of with one claw still on the wall, its head twists round to look at you, and it's going to attack you. It is, but it's also got other senses. It can smell it for a start, and it knows where the impact came from. So it's going to attempt to hit Mog a bit. Let's have
important rules question, because
Yep.
people are going to be declaring like a reduction on stuns.
Mhm.
Does this count as a boss fight? I.e., is Maim on the table?
It does and it is, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so the... Ah, damn it, it's failed to stunt. It's really not getting the best out of its powers, this one, because I just can't get any stunt points. 13, is that a hit or a miss?
That's a hit.
That's a hit.
No, it's not. Reroll.
Okay, let's have a reroll. Well, first of all, it gets a save and throw.
Save, yeah.
So it has failed to save against the Puppets of Fate, so it'll have to re-roll its claw attack. That
Shit.
would have been better.
That's a hittier hit.
That's a hittier hit, yeah. So it's hit
So it's
either
just
way.
a hit anyway.
It's just a hit anyway. Still no stuns. So 11 points of damage to Mog.
Okay.
And Adrian to go next. I don't think I'm going to get the chance to use this thing's incredibly powerful stunts. It's a shame, they're really nice. I mean, not necessarily for the receiving end, but you know. For a narrative standpoint, they're quite interesting.
Firing off an arcane blast.
Yeah. That's a hit with 5 stun points.
Yep, lovely jubbly. So taking my reduced armor piercing for a start,
Yes.
leaving me with 4.
You could seize the initiative.
Could that would mean I would get to go again before it does.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'll run with that. So 1 arcane blast with armor piercing, and I'll seize the initiative and go to the top.
Okay, so I'll change your initiative to 20. And I'll move. I'll leave you where you are for the moment, and then move
And then
it
when you
after this.
reorder.
Yeah. Excuse me. So that's 8 damage, piercing. So that's armor's only 3. So that's 5. Yeah, that's 5. Excuse me. This thing's really doing quite badly now. Okay, so. That would be Gora to go.
Okay.
Well, it is a bit of a runner in the night, isn't it?
Yes.
It's blinded by the company of light.
Blind, yeah.
There's some lyrics in there.
Indeed.
Let's see. So 10 yard. Yeah. No problem at all. Right. Jolt.
Yeah.
I want it to do even less.
Okay. So your jolt is hit.
Mm-hmm.
It takes 2 points of damage.
2 points of damage, and it needs a save and throw.
However, it's got 4 stun points.
Yeah. I'm just thinking to myself, with how long this may last, I might as well just declare something so I get the use out of it.
Mm-hmm. The damage for jolt, is that piercing?
2 points. 2 points piercing. Yeah.
2 points piercing, and if you don't pass the save, then you don't get a minor action.
That's right.
Major.
Major action.
You only
Major
get a
action.
minor action.
You only get a minor action.
Yeah.
With 4 points, though,
Mhm.
has Gora declared her reduced stun point cost?
That is what I'm taking a look at right now, and I'm thinking of going lethal spell.
Yeah, that's just what I was about to suggest.
Yeah. If the spell does damage, it takes an extra 2d6 damage. Now, the question would be, before I both declare this as my reduction and as my stunt of choice for this time around, would that 2d6 of extra damage be piercing?
Yes, because the base damage is piercing. Yeah.
Nice.
Because it's an
having said that,
additional
then,
damage, it would have to be additional of the same type. So yes, it would have to be piercing as well.
Lovely jubbly. So, okay, this is now a lethal spell for 4 points of stunts. That's 2d6 damage. Well, plus the base of 2. So I'll just calculate that into what I'm doing here.
Right. Okay.
So that should be correct.
Another 8 points of piercing damage. Okay.
Now you get to take Constitution Stamina versus my spell power.
Well, just before I do that, I have one other question, which is going to be quite important, and that question is, how would you like to do this?
Holding my holy symbol of Palor aloft, in the name of the God of Light, I cast thee into the pit from whence thy came, and a bolt of lightning fires through my hand, through my holy symbol, engulfing the creature, covering it in bolts of lightning, arcing out all over the place, and it bursts into a shower of dust.
Right, you are. So, as you cast the spell, the lightning bolt streaks down out through your holy symbol, narrowly missing the heavily armoured Kellen, who involuntarily shrieks slightly as these electrical blasts crackle within fractions of an inch of him. It hits the creature, and the creature suddenly and rather spectacularly, in all truth, explodes.
Yes.
Nice shot.
Thank you.
And just showers Mog and the skeletons in still crackling dust.
Fireworks.
Yeah, like fireworks.
I've just this second wanted to take a screenshot of that, and then it disappeared.
Oh, sorry. Do you want me to put that back on? Do it again.
If you'd be so kind.
Yes. Just give me a second.
Can you just pop it over to one side so I can just get like a nice trophy of it?
Yes.
I enjoyed that.
Hold on, I've got to find the damn thing again now. I can't remember. Basilisk. There we go. It might wind up as a different colour because I've got like 12 of them in slightly different shades and I can't remember which one I used. And oddly enough, none of them are coming up when I do the
You put them in the
search.
You should put your corpses back into the GM layer.
Yeah. Let's have a look now.
And then if you rerun the adventure with other people.
Yes. It's just not.
We hit that thing so hard, every time you generate it after this, it'll turn up dead.
I think it might be under free assets, actually. Under...
Just a quick question that I'm curious. I don't know if this is appropriate to the game or not, but why Patrick?
Oh,
can we answer that question after the recording?
Yeah.
So, Basilisk is... I think that was the colour we were using, or it's close enough anyway.
Purpley green, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It was green,
Purple and
purple.
green. Oops, Daisy.
Purples and blues.
I
It
just
was
need...
definitely bigger than that as well.
It was definitely bigger than that. It was...
You should have seen the one I got away. That's it, that'll do.
Hold on a second. It
I
was...
killed that thing single-handed.
That's the size of it, I think.
Yeah, it was bigger than that.
It was. I think it was...
Everybody else was
And
was
a
only
half,
watching the
actually.
crowd.
There we go.
About
Nice.
that size.
So there we go. Get yourself a screen capture of that.
Lovely, thank you. Greatly appreciate. I can boast. I can boast about this now.
And then, if you want to try and capture a screen capture of it exploding, I'll count you down.
Oh no, that's fine. Just the actual thing. I'm good.
Okay.
I've held up the group long enough, sure, but
Okay, so the basilisk has exploded into a shower of still crackling dust. The crackling will stop shortly, and it is the go of one of the skeletons who, because it's a skeleton, is unimpressed by the otherwise rather spectacular explosion. So it's going to, because it's facing that way, it's going to advance on Mog. And sword. And that's a miss. So next up is the other skeleton, which is going to advance this way. So they're technically both in the same square. It is a meter, so it is possible. I'll just move that one over a bit and that one down there a bit. That one's facing Kellen, so it's going to attack Kellen. 17. I think that's still a miss, though, isn't it?
No, that would hit.
That's a hit. Bloody hell.
Would it?
Oh, would it?
oh yeah, we've still got some puppets left, haven't we? Yeah.
You have, yeah. And 12, it's definitely a miss this time as it comes rushing in.
Well, hang on, you just re-rolled that, you didn't take your save.
That's true, I didn't take the save. Let's just make a save and throw. On the unlikely event that a skeleton can pass one. Yeah, it can't.
I mean, for the sake of narrative at this point, if you wanted to skip it.
So it runs in, and it would have hit Kellen squarely in the centre of the forehead if not for the fact that as it brings the sword down overhand, the top of the sword just rings off the ceiling of the archway of the corridor he's standing in and spoils its aim. So it's Kellen to go if he can stop laughing long enough.
The funny part was where it says, Kellen almost screams, sort of thing. I've got willpower courage, you know? Like, I'm not...
True. Still, I've electrocuted myself many times, and honestly, you always wind up screaming.
Yeah,
it's a reflex reaction. It triggers
it.
Yeah, it's not a.
That's right.
Nobody thinks any the less of Kellen. Believe me.
I'm just impressed that nobody thought to ask me why I've electrocuted myself so many times, but there you go.
because Bryan, we know you.
Literally exactly what I was about to say.
Do you know the last time I did it was because I'd broken a lamp, and instead of turning it off, I'd broken the bulb, instead of turning it off to remove the bulb, I just went to remove the bulb, therefore sticking my fingers in a live electrical connection. And Marie, who was in the room at the time, instead of going, "Oh no," just went, "You fucking idiot." While I'm going,
we might sound callous to people listening. But we know that you are so tough that you don't experience accidents and come away with injuries. You just come away with stories.
That's true. It's anecdotes.
Right, so 15 damage to the skeleton. Anyway.
15 damage to what used to be a skeleton, and you may describe how you destroyed it.
Basically, I'm just going to smack it with a shield so that it actually staggers back, and then just cut through it with the flaming sword.
Right, you shield bash it, and as it's staggering back, you bring the sword down. It's unable to defend itself because it's still trying to recover from the impact of the shield, and a flaming sword just cleaves it in two, and it shatters across the ground.
Sorry, Bryan, but you've gone a little bit quieter. Your volume seems to have dropped slightly.
Has it really? Right, okay.
You okay to me?
Okay, I'll twitch it up a little bit. Maybe your hearing.
Could be air pressure in my ears.
Could be, yeah. You could. I mean, I've recently developed a problem with my ears, which is Meniere's disease, which my wife has joyously taken to referring to your old man ears whenever she mentions them. I tell you, ever since I turned 50, all the old man jokes are coming out. Okay, Mark, it's you to go.
Right, I am going to bring my axe overhead again and sort of aim for this thing's head because, like, it seems to have a big shield. So chances are, I wouldn't really be able to get in anywhere else.
Possibly not. Its target number is 13 because of its shield.
Missed it.
You've missed it. You have indeed. So you swing clang off the shield, or have you?
I've only got 1 point left in the pool. Did you say it was
Nah,
13?
that wouldn't be enough.
13 would be the target. Yeah. So yes, you've missed it.
Hang on, unless you aimed that attack.
Which you could have done because you're not doing anything else.
Yeah, I did aim it, of course.
Of course you did, yes. I will allow you to retroactively aim, and we'll claim that you told me in the first place.
Because we're a nice group.
Yes.
And it's fun.
So that's the last point taken out of the fate pool. As the skeleton raises its shield to try and parry, you just manage to get the blade of the axe on the far side of the shield and just slam the weapon down into the creature. Roll the damage.
Right, let me just double check. So its dex is lower than mine.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
So that's an extra d6 damage.
Yeah.
Your-
My weapon is flaming.
That's another extra d6 damage.
Is there another one coming from somewhere?
No.
Don't think
No.
so, so that's just an extra 2d6. So that's
Okay.
5d6 plus whatever.
Right.
$19. That one's not armoured, so how would you like to do this?
I'll just cleave its head off and have it bounce across the floor again.
Okay, you bring your axe round and thwack, take the skull clean off the top of the spinal column, and it clatters to the ground and rolls. And with that, I believe that's all your opponents dispatched. It is indeed. As the sound of battle... Sorry?
Sorry, I'll let you finish.
I was going to say, as the sound of battle fades to a slight din... fades from the slight din to silence. It's not quite entirely silent, because you all still have that ringing in the ears from all the gunfire at the start of the battle, or in the middle of the battle, I think would be more accurate. And you're still peering around the darkness, making sure there are no further threats, but there don't seem to be. So, I'm going to give you the experience points for that action. I was expecting to give you more, because I was expecting the Basilisk to put up much more of a fight than that. However, it didn't, so best will in the world, I can call that an average.
It was routine, wasn't it, really? You know, we just took them apart. There's... we can't really claim that there was any kind of danger there at all.
Well, I'll call it easy rather than routine, because some healing was used, some people did take damage. So I'll call it easy, which is 100 experience points each. If I'd called it routine, you don't get any.
Fair enough, yeah.
So we'll call it easy.
Tactically, we did the right thing.
You did.
So it wasn't such that we could have been in danger if we'd been out in the open.
Mm-hmm. If we got surrounded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I was saying fall back to the corridor.
Honestly, if I'd...
down, choke point.
Yeah. If I'd got some better dice rolls on the beastie as well, because its death aura is extremely powerful if you can just get the stunts to work. I was actually a little bit nervous about putting it in. It's more than possible. It's absolutely guaranteed that that's what killed the two things.
Let's find out what killed her.
Okay. So, this is in the passageway. I can't remember whether she's keyed to the passageway or
She was here.
She was there, so she'd be in the room, which I think is room 8. So yeah, corpse has been kicked about a bit during the fight.
Yeah, I think everything, including us, stood on her at some point.
Yeah.
She wasn't a corpse before that combat started.
I'm not.
Actually alive.
I'm not actually dead
Like
yet.
Steve.
Whoops.
The portcullis covering the side rooms leading off this chamber have mostly been destroyed or forced open. The decorative stone columns climb to the roof from multiple places in the room, and between them are stepped daises, each with a letter of the alphabet engraved upon them. The body... Let's have a look now. Near the southeast entrance is a second dead adventurer. The dead woman has large gashes across her torso. The leather armour is rent apart by what seems to have been large claws. There's a broken sword near her, and her eyes are open and have turned completely black. Black liquid seems to have been streaming from her eyes, ears, nose and mouth at some point.
Right. So
That doesn't sound pleasant.
Sorry, what was that, Louise?
I said that doesn't sound a pleasant way to go.
No, it doesn't.
are we reasonably drawing the conclusion that these are the effects of some of the basilisk's attacks?
These are definitely the effects of some of the basilisk's attacks, yeah.
Right. Quick question, technically, or maybe it's a secret. Louise, can you see...
The thing I've been trying to point out for the last half hour, yeah. This.
Hold on, I can only vaguely see that pinging from over the side, so I'm just going to...
Oh, that's the thing. Right, I didn't notice that, but I see what you mean, yes. And
Sorry.
Bryan
Go ping that again, please, would you, Louise?
I'm not sure if it's upjoin in the map or if it's something that you were trying to hint at earlier when you said some of the carvings on the columns were different.
Well, the two above it are identical. And
Wow.
the one...
I see what you mean. That's about a 2-pixel misalignment. Well spotted. No, that's just a misalignment of the
This one's also
panels.
misaligned on the southern side.
Yeah. It's very, very minor, but it's there. Yeah.
Right. The thing I was pointing out was I can see the outline of a circle.
There's like a dotted black
Oh,
line.
yeah.
Is that not just a sight radius?
I think it might be to do with like how far the light goes because it gets a bit dimmer after that.
It'll be
Who's got the lights?
Gora has. Yeah.
Wait,
I
no,
suspect-
it's not affecting
that's
the-
Adrienne.
it's Adrienne. That's right.
I suspect it's the dimmer radius.
Yeah, that's what she does.
Which, again, you shouldn't be able to see. And up until the patch they released yesterday, we've never had that happen. So I'm glad they've released that patch to break all those things that used to work.
There's a light source coming off Adrienne, which means she's technically still holding the major stuff.
Still holding the
Magic
major stuff as
So
far as the lighting's
if you want
concerned.
to take that lighting effect off her,
Token emits light no longer. There we go. Save.
that's better.
That's it.
Okay.
That's it. It's now on Green Ronin.
Now it's making a bit more sense.
Yeah, because
Okay.
Gora's got her magic candle cast on her, and Adrienne was still showing the lighting effect from carrying the major staff, which she's currently loaned to the other party. Largely, as you say, because you were worried about bringing Saragosa's staff back into one of his tombs. Okay.
Wrong too.
The wrong tomb, yeah.
I'd
Right.
still like to check out these carvings on these columns.
Yes,
Yeah.
you
The
can.
other thing being, I would also suggest checking out the cells to see if they're all empty.
Oh yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
This one at the top looks like it might still be closed.
Which one at the top?
I can't tell because I only see part
That
of
one
it.
there.
I can't see beyond the door.
It is
Oh.
still closed.
Skeletons. Skeletons.
Yeah, those skeletons there are actually dead.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I remember we had one that was full of dead skeletons. Well,
Yeah.
From my perspective, that was a wonderful moment where I just saw skeletons in a panicked voice, and the very next thing I see is Kellen rapidly just appearing on screen.
Where? Yeah, so the ones on the chambers on the right, each of them The bottom two, the doors have been broken open, forced open by some massive pressure. Inside there are dead skeletons. There's one in the very bottom one, and there's two in the next one up. The top one, that door is still sealed, and inside, although it doesn't show on the map, there is a huge skeleton, which is like a curling snake or worm-like thing.
I can go through that. I shouldn't do that.
No, you probably shouldn't do that.
I didn't think I could go through it.
Well, it turns out you can.
Right. Okay. So can I actually see the worm skeleton? Is it visible from?
Yeah, it's visible from where you are. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
It's just I literally
So, do
couldn't
you
find
think
anything that
also
served purpose.
That could be the victim of basilisk.
Well, possibly, or
right.
it may just have starved.
Well, you remember the one from the other tomb was some kind of supernatural entity. So it wasn't because it had already been there 200 years and hadn't starved.
That's true.
So you
However,
suspect it was killed by the basilisk's presence, yes?
I wonder, actually, in that case, because that seemed a very poorly put together trap, if that's what happened, is the basilisk something that's just come in of its own accord at some point? Just moved in?
It would appear it's just moved in, yeah.
This is closed.
It's shown as closed on the map, but it's actually it's not.
Open.
It's actually open, but it's not. It's not raised 100%. It's raised like 75%.
Right. Okay.
I will remove it now that it's. I think I was in danger of removing. God,
What's that down there?
There we go.
Oh God.
Just delete.
Good point. What is that?
That is a skeleton that I've overlooked during the battle. So that's gonna. Now that you've seen it, it's gonna race out to attack. So, the first round is going to be a bit of a surprise, and it races in to attack Kellen. So on the first round, I'll just have...
You were in the side room anyway, so yeah, it probably would go for me, because I was outside.
It's 17, is that a hit?
Yeah, that would hit me.
That's hit you for...
Is this the same encounter?
It's a separate encounter now.
The flaming icon needs to come off. Mog.
So that's 8 damage to Kellen.
So that's no damage to Kellen.
Yeah, no damage to Kellen. So Kellen may retaliate before we actually go to...
Oh, right. So I get to swing back at it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Take that. And party.
I don't think Mog's on the ceiling because it's very, very high. Kellen has hit the thing just, but he does have 2 stun points.
2 stun points. Well, that's going to be the extra dice worth of damage then.
Yeah, okie-dokie.
Where's it gone? There it is.
Bearing in mind, Strings of Fate no longer in effect.
That's right. Yep. That's 10 damage, so that's... that one's unarmoured, isn't it? So it's only got 5 hit points left. So you hit it quite heavily. It reels backwards with a clacking sound as its bones are jangling against one another, banging against one another. And we can go over to the initiative table now. I will just purge it first. So removing all, clear. And you may now add yourselves to the initiative again for this skeleton.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't put myself in the... I didn't click on myself first.
That's okay, I'll just add you in manually. So add turn, and Kellen got 13.
Yeah.
I'll put that in manually.
I'm down by 2 because of the
heavier armour. Yeah.
heavier armour.
Okay, so that's everybody in now. I will reorganise. Descending. So Kellen and the skeleton are both on 13. What's Kellen's dexterity?
4.
4. Right, Kellen goes first.
I'll just check that. Yeah, it's 4.
Yep, you go first.
So it's another swing of the sword.
Yep.
Where's it going? There it is.
That's a hit. You'd like to roll the damage? And you've killed it.
I have the nagging suspicion that would happen.
Attack me, would you? Peasant.
So it runs in, swings its blow at Kellen, catches him slightly off guard, hits him, but doesn't get through his armour, and he turns around and goes smack with the sword on one side, and then on the backswing just cuts it in two. The whole thing happens so quick, the rest of you are just like, what just happened there? Where all these shards of bone come from?
Now, where were we?
Well,
We were rudely interrupted.
at some point you've kind of left the corpse when I hadn't quite finished describing some stuff about it.
I thought you'd finished.
No, I hadn't.
Let's go back over to the corpse.
So I think you got distracted by trying to work out whether it was definitely killed by the thing, which it was. But it means that you overlooked some stuff that your characters are unlikely to have overlooked. So let's just
I did do a healing roll on her, so
it's definitely beyond that.
No,
even if she wasn't when you got there, she certainly would have been by the time she spent 9 rounds of your combat being kicked about on the floor.
healing is not just for fixing wounds, but also for investigating.
It is, yes. You're pretty sure that some of the stomp marks and the boot prints and stuff definitely came post-mortem. Probably in the last 2 or 3 minutes.
We should take our body back to Fadden's, and we should probably try and hide some of the shoe marks.
Yes, you probably should. The thing you notice is that you've got 2 dead people. You should probably take them both back, yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
The first thing you notice is she has a large purse, like satchel, slung across her side, which it appears flat and probably empty, but you think it's probably worth checking just in case. And also something odd about the body is it's in shadows, but there's no shadows there. The way you're standing with that candle over her, there should be no shadow on the body at all, but there is. Actually on the body rather than cast by the body.
Adrian takes an interest.
Okay, can I have an arcane law roll, please? I think that's intelligence arcane law.
It is. And Gora's going to help.
Okay, you can add your intelligence level to hers then.
It was intelligence arcane law last time.
Yes, that's right, it is.
For the add-on, is that correct?
Yep, so
that's 13 in total.
Adrienne takes a look at the thing and immediately knows what it is and unfastens the cloak from around her neck and removes it, and the shadow disappears over the body. But what Adrienne seems to be holding now is not a cloak but a shadow.
Ooh.
Ooh.
So it's a cloak of shadows of some
It's a cloak of shadows of some description, yes.
Okay.
So give me a second and I'll bring it up on the
Okay.
treasure items. Do I need to type this one in? Yes, I do. Bugger. Right, okay.
Age of lad. Treasure items.
Add handout. Change mysterious note to cloak of shadows. Try not to spell it clock. And I did exactly that. As I was saying it, I literally spelled it clock.
Shadows about.
Cloak of shadows, and let me just type. Let me just cut and paste. So the cloak of shadows, which she's familiar with, they are created by magicians of her arcanum, such as she knows about them. She can't make them herself. but they're a magically endowed cloak woven of silk and shadows. With the dark cloaks grant the wearer a +2 bonus to dexterity stealth tests whilst the hood is up.
It's God, like from Dungeons and Dragons, the cartoon.
It's like
Similar,
Yes.
similar, yeah.
where she goes invisible.
That's right.
Yeah, so this one doesn't actually turn you invisible, but it does give you, like, shroud you in shadows, which gives you a +2
Bonus to your stealth.
bonus to your stealth. Right. So,
While that is thematically appropriate to Adrienne, we do have a rogue in the party.
it's one of those items you can pass. You don't have to attune it or anything, so you
This is
can
true.
pass it
I'm
between
just
each other.
thinking, like, right now, who would
Yeah.
benefit most from it?
Because Adrienne's never in the front rank,
Exactly.
probably Mog, actually, aye. But it
that's
is
what I'm
entirely up to you.
Sneaking in the scouting.
I would also like to say
Uh-huh.
that I think it's fair enough that we use it while we're in here, but when we get back to Fannon's, we should make sure she doesn't have, like, any party members or any family that would want it back.
Agreed.
themselves.
Agreed.
Okay. For that, I'm actually going to give you another 25 experience points.
Oh,
I
thank you.
I want to check its enchantment as well. Pulling out book 3 to do so.
Right?
Here and now.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to see. Well,
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's make sure it doesn't, like, Hercules me. So,
Yeah.
Given your reticence to bring anything belonging to Saragosa back into one of his tombs, did you bring the books into the tombs, or did you leave them at the base
to
camp?
be fair, I would have been leading by example and not doing that.
Yeah.
Shooting a sideways look at Mog. Down to the axe and back up, down to the axe
Bear
and
in
back
mind, you haven't penetrated deeply yet, so if you wanted to go back to base camp to check the books where the others are waiting, you could do.
up. Okay, so, I mean, would we mechanically have to move across the map, or can we just narrate?
We'll just
that
narrate
we go
it.
back.
Just narrate
Check
that you
it.
go back.
Right, okay,
You go back, the others have made a camp, which they've fortified reasonably well. They've found an area between two stone outcroppings and set the camp up there. Coupled with the fact that the covered wagon you rented for this and the tent that the party have brought are both grey in colour, then from dusk onwards they actually blend into the stone where that's been positioned. They've set up a slight like picket area for the horses as well, because you've got quite a few horses between the two parties. And because of the number of people that are back there between the Wilderness Wanderers and Marathon, there's always somebody on guard watching the area as well. So it's quite well secured. It's quite secure. So you can check the books as you go. So you open the book, you find the section that you're looking for. And I suspect that was the sound of a spell being cast that I just heard there. It was indeed. Did you... What I should have asked before I did this was, did you check the rest of our equipment before you came back?
I was under the impression we were going to take both the bodies with us up to the camp.
Oh, you've taken the whole bodies back. That does make a lot of sense.
All in one go.
Okay.
Get them shrouded and wrapped and prepped.
Yeah.
You cast
Yeah.
Identify Enchantment, and what you get is a confusing overlay of information.
oh,
Because there are 3 separate enchantments within the area of effect. They're all on different pieces of equipment, but all of those pieces of equipment are close enough that when you cast the spell, it hasn't been sure which one you were actually targeting, because they're all next to each other. So you're getting the Cloak of Shadows is registering as a Cloak of Shadows.
Yeah.
The purse is registering as enchanted as well, with a Rogue's Purse enchantment, so just bear with me while I add that also to your treasure.
You did say it looked a bit odd.
I did. If you root around it, it appears to be empty, but if you put your hand in, your hand gets sort of very cold it seems to go into darkness, and you can feel stuff in there. And you pull out 3 gold coins and 23 silver coins.
That's cool.
Isn't it? Oh, it gets much
Do it for
cooler.
those.
Wait a second. Yeah, the rogue's purse. It's what in D&D would be called a bag of holding.
Yes, indeed.
Although there are certain differences.
Handy haversack and the like. Morg,
Yeah.
can you have you noted down how much money they were both carrying between them?
Yes.
Right. So keep that to one side, out of our own running fund. That's burial money, and to be passed on as you said.
Absolutely.
We want to know exactly what these items are at the very least before we pass those on, because if they found them in this dungeon or even elsewhere, they could potentially be dangerous. So we at least want the knowledge.
Yeah. So the cloak, the rogue purse. This ordinary-looking battered leather satchel contains potent magic, making it larger on the inside than the outside. Although only about the size of a satchel or backpack, it can hold up to 500 pounds of cargo, whilst never weighing more than 1/20th of the weight that it contains. Additionally, you can withdraw an item contained in the purse with an activate action by placing your hand inside. The desired item always comes to hand first, providing it's contained within. If you put your hand in without concentrating on what's desired, you'll just randomly collect something that's in there. So you check the purse multiple times. There's nothing else in it except the gold and silver coins that you found. But there you go, rogue's
Can I
purse.
just double check how much silver and how much gold came out there?
3 gold and 23 silver came out of
3
it.
gold, 23 silver.
And I think he had 30 silver and 3
We
gold.
had 32 silver and 2 gold, according to my notes.
That's correct,
Nice
yeah.
one. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I thought, oh, sorry, go on.
Sorry, no, go ahead.
I was just going to say, as you've said, you could do with some of these items. There is that mirror.
Yeah.
Just bear in mind what happened to the door.
The door? Which door?
The demon door that
Exactly.
you came
There's
in
no
by.
door.
The people that came through this did have a tendency to blow things up.
Yeah. Okay.
True. Oh,
Main
so
of
hang
it.
on. So hang on. So when we went to dungeon number 2, when we went to the second tomb, was the mirror intact in that one?
It was melted. The mirror in
Right.
dungeon number 2 had kind of melted down into, just as if somebody had, for example, doused it in acid.
We were destructive a lot, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely.
I doused it in water and electrocuted it.
Yeah.
Somebody else has used acid. The people who were here before us were bombed.
Blew it up with gunpowder. Yeah.
Okay.
No, appreciate
Nobody wanted that mirror to survive. Everybody.
At least we're all we're all original.
Yeah, you all destroyed the mirror. You all destroyed it in a completely different way. Yeah,
And Duncan kills the mirror in Dragonlance. Play the elf.
yeah. So I'm just going to show you the last thing. The last item that's triggered when you cast that spell. I am using some narrative leeway here because really the spell you should say which item you're targeting.
I got 6 points of stunts as well.
But you got
so-
6 points of stunts, and I really wanted you not to miss these. So, the third item that glowed was a dagger, and to be entirely honest, there's something macabrely ironic about the dagger that she brought with her to this adventure, and I'm going to show you why.
Is it
Got a
for healing?
basilisk on the hilt, hasn't it?
It's got what? Sorry.
It's got a basilisk carved on it. Oh god, that's even worse.
Yeah,
Damage.
yeah,
First time we've had one of those.
yeah. So it's a dagger of venom that inflicts poison damage. And since you've mentioned the basilisk carved on the thing, I like the irony of that, so I'm going to add that in as well.
Right.
So let's
So
just-
that's definitely a dangerous item that needs to be confiscated.
That sounds like you would use that.
No,
With,
that definitely needs to be locked away or
Yeah.
destroyed.
Really? Why?
I
That's
think
a
you know.
dishonourable thing, poison.
Okay. I think we'll do so.
Desperation measure
We'll do
against
so.
monsters.
We'll do so for now, Mr. Kellen. I think it can be debated morally and ethically at a later time. We are not in desperate need of such an item, and you may very well have a point. So I will err on the side of caution and side with you on that matter. Yes.
You can always leave it with the other party so that you're not taking it back in there. And then when you come back, they can go, yeah, don't worry, we destroyed it for you. Wink, wink.
Nicholas Marley's now got this nice new dagger.
Yeah.
If you don't like my music, I'll poison you.
But of course, because it's poor Nicholas, we come out and he has accidentally poisoned himself on it.
Okay, so whilst you're back at base, you have a quick meal, you refresh yourselves a little bit. You can have a breather, which under the healing, let's just bring up breathers.
Do they need healing even?
You certainly won't do after this, I don't think, because you take a long break, a breather at the base camp. You drink some water, have a meal, and so on. You recover 5 plus your constitution plus your level in health.
Fair play to the warriors. The mages are completely unharmed. You've done your job.
Yeah. And you can each have a healing action done on you, because obviously the Wilderness Wanderers and Malathorn are there as well, so between them and you, there's plenty of you that anybody who needs it can also have a successful healing action cast on them. Does anybody need?
Because I'm not hugely injured, but I'm not quite at full health yet.
Okay. Do you want to start with
mundane healing before a spell?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying a healing action. Do you want to go ahead and make a roll for that?
So that's 11.
That's
that'll probably do it. I'm 1 point off, but cool.
And hang on a second. I think Bryan did declare previously that stunt points count as additional health points.
If you get stunned points on it, I will allow you to use those as an additional health point to recover.
Fair enough, but I am now fully.
Because there's nothing else you could use them for really on that. So yes, I'll allow that. Okay, so having recovered and swapped out any equipment that you've decided to leave here, you make your way back into the dungeon again, and we'll pick you up. I'll actually remove the 2 corpses. Actually, I'll just remove them onto the Games Master's layer. Layer, GMs, layer, GMs. There we go.
Yeah, taking them back for a decent burial or whatever rights we require.
Yeah, the other party, the base camp party, can make sure that the bodies are secured somewhere and looked after till you can get back and decide what burial rites or where you're going to take them. They're already decaying though, so they're moving them like downwind quite a distance. But they'll make sure that like coyotes and wolves and stuff are not going to eat them before you get back. So you return to the large chamber, the very large vaulted chamber with all the pillars and the lettered plinths. You notice that the exits that you know about to the north, one of them's been breached, the other 2 are sealed.
Did we look in the end, the top, the northwest gates?
You didn't, actually, no. Let's just see if there's anything to worry about.
Looks to be empty.
Looks to be empty. Just give me a second and I'll double check. Yes, it is.
Right. There's a passageway at the back.
That gate's actually half open.
Right.
There is a passageway at the back of the Middle West as well, this one here.
Yeah, that's the one that. Go on.
No, it's fine. You started.
That's the one that leads past the assassin statue, and then veers north with the mirror and the pool. So if we take a look that way first, we'll confirm that the mirror has been destroyed in here. At the very least, because I had the idea, other people could have had the idea, and they could do far more nefarious things than I was planning. So if it isn't already destroyed, we should probably make sure that it is.
Okay.
Here's a question. So if a basilisk looked at it,
Yes.
would it create a basilisk that generated a life aura? Or would it just stone itself, kill itself?
That's a very good question.
There's an adventure in that by itself.
There really is. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. Okay, so passing through area...
Sorry, I've just been trying to say this for ages before we started moving out of rooms.
Right.
I never got to check the carvings in this room that you said were different.
That's right, okay.
Can do that. But
Yes,
also, the other thing, just to double check, we did bring our cloaks back into here to use during this adventure, yes?
You did bring the cloak. You can bring any of those items you want to bring back, you can. The only one I'm aware of that you left behind was the poison dagger.
Yeah, okay, cool.
I would leave that. I would bring the purse just in case you need to put anything in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we might have something heavy.
Okay, so the carvings. The carvings, the others get the impression that they're different to the ones in the other two tombs. Mog has no question at all that they're different. Mog's obviously an artist, so she'd be very well aware of the fact that they are very different. And, well, I say very different. To her eye, they're very different. The slightly more recent, they are not as... They are still highly skilled carvings, but just not quite as highly skilled in your opinion. Also, whereas the others represented the carvings of certain sort of Sul religious or architectural styles, these are copies of copies, if you know what I mean. It's like whoever did these had never seen the originals, but had based them on the ones from the other tombs. So there are copying errors.
How many did you say there was of these three?
Of what, sorry?
Tombs.
3, yeah.
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 So, like, the 3 brothers, or it could be that given that the statues of the parents in the front place, one was supposed to be for each parent, and then this third one is a copy in the same style.
It's possible. It's a long way from where their lands were, though, and obviously his parents were dead by the time he died.
Yeah. Okay, good point.
Or even before he moved up here. But
weren't his parents entombed within the mausoleum then?
yes, there were.
Yeah, that's true. A mystery.
However, just bear with me a second.
And his 2 brothers, though, they also were. Yeah, we know we buried one of them.
Yes, okay.
That
worked, right? Just typing. Right, you are. Oh, now why was that? It's literally exactly the same. It mustn't be, actually, must it be? Okay, let's just try that again. Yeah, brilliant. Okay, so yeah, based on that, you also have a suspicion that these were carved slightly more recently than the 2 in the other tombs you've looked at. When I say slightly more recently, though, I'm talking maybe 50 years apart. based on the difference in styles and how, styles come in and out of fashion. There's just something about this is more modern. So you would estimate this was carved around 150 years ago, when the styles and preferences had changed slightly from the 200 years ago of the other two tombs.
This is a much more recent addition.
That's what Mog feels.
Moment.
Right, so were the other two, one of them we've seen just before this one, are they of contemporary age? Are they both 300 years old?
200 years old.
Sorry, 200 years.
Around about that, yeah. Obviously, there's margins for error here of about 10 years either side, but yes.
Right, okay.
Maybe.
Do you think maybe that it's a case of, did the first one when he was of a certain age, did the second one of a certain mind once he'd learned some more, and built the third one at the point of, I don't know, undead?
I could do a thing. I could use our Speak with Dead scroll to talk to one of those skeletons.
You
Would
could.
they know anything?
Possibly not.
We'd only know by doing so.
Okay.
I don't think that's a good idea. I think you should save it.
Yeah, I feel like you should probably save it.
Just throwing it out there. Shall we move on to the mirror chamber?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, first of all, moving through this chamber here, the first in the chambers are off the centre. You notice that in the middle of the room there's marks as if something heavy has been stood in the middle of the chamber. There's also scratch marks near where that is, as if it had been moved.
I don't know what was doing here.
That was the... No, Minotaur was the one further down.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the assassin statue.
It was.
Okay. I can't say any more.
I'm gonna do a trap check.
Okay, go for it. Let's have a look
22.
now. 22, yeah.
6 stunt points.
You're fairly confident that there's no trap in here now. But what you took to be a trap in the previous tomb of... Because you were always suspicious of that assassin statue.
Yeah.
From what you're seeing here, what was in this one was an animated statue rather than a trapped statue.
Oh.
So you think it's at some point animated and attacked somebody. That also explains for some of the shattered pieces of stone that are littering the large chamber behind you that you'd taken to have just built up over the years or over time. But you now think,
gone bomb crazy and blown up.
somebody's blown it up, and over the course of time that the basilisks moved in, bits have been kicked around. You actually think those shattered bits of stone are whatever's left of the animated statue that used to be here.
Fair enough.
Honestly, you would not believe how many grenades that party threw around us. I mean, I'm pretty sure they spent more on grenades than they actually made from looting the place.
Wow.
But they were having fun.
They didn't find the other treasure chamber, though.
That's because they didn't find the best treasure chamber, that's right.
I'm surprised they didn't bring the entire place down on their heads.
Came close on one occasion.
So there's all sorts of explosion marks and things.
Oh yeah, there's like black carbon scoring all over the place. There's none gone off in the chamber that the statue used to be in, which a little bit of meta information here, but their initial plan was to grenade it there, that would have brought that chamber down to one of the players, when actually we'd best lure them out into the larger chamber so that there's more room for the pressure of the explosion to disperse, which is all that saved them from blowing a room they were standing in.
Wow.
You see that information, we say someone mentioned it to us.
Yes, they could easily have mentioned it to you, actually, yeah.
Yeah, they would have given us a description of what they did and where they went
Yeah,
for a pint of grog or whatever.
that's right.
Fans.
Because that was a party of 3. There was an elven rogue, dwarven gunsmith. Yes, bit of a psycho. He left Fannon's loaded down with grenades. And what was the other character? I think it was another elven rogue. I think it was 2 elven rogues and a dwarven. Let's just call him a sapper, shall we? Okay, so heading through there into this room here. This room's been stripped bare of whatever used to be in it.
I'm gonna check the traps again.
Okie dokie. I'm not going to ask you to make another roll because you required 6 points of stunts on the last one. The traps that were here are gone, if there were ever any here. You don't remember there being any in the room that was equivalent in the tomb you entered. So you think that's probably... There's not been one here either.
I'm not going to completely rely on that, though, because you never know.
No, absolutely. There's definitely been differences, because, like I say, the assassin statue was a booby-trapped statue in the caves you were in, the tomb you were in, but it's been an animated statue in this one, so there are definitely differences. Room 19, which is this smaller squarish one at the end. This small stone chamber has dressed flagstones on its floor and 2 arched doorways on the east and north walls. The walls of the room are covered with carvings of forests that give the casual observer the uncomfortable feeling of being watched.
Yeah, I remember this one. I'm still going to check it for traps, though.
Okay, make a roll. And yes, there are definitely, unlike the version in the tomb you plundered, this one is definitely trapped. Hidden inside the carvings of the forest, there's a number of areas that used to hold arrows or bolts. Not all of them have been triggered.
Can I try and undo them?
Yes, you can make a roll to attempt to disarm the traps.
That would be dexterity traps, yeah?
That's right, it would be dexterity traps.
Not a great roll.
Not a great roll. So much not a great roll that whilst you're trying to disarm one of the traps, you set it off and it goes poof, straight in your face. So there's bolts like fing. So let's just see how much damage you've done to yourself.
Screams in oak.
10.
Really, how embarrassing.
So you hear screaming from Mog after she tries to disarm this thing. You hear, and she gets a bolt like square in the face, hits her right in the cheek, punctures her cheek and out the back, like out the side rather. She gets 2 more bolts that have whizzed past her ears. One's taken a nick out of an ear, and one's hit her in the back as well from the other wall.
Dora, that plaster.
Are you going to try?
What,
Padlet?
to heal her?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
I mean, you could just leave her bleeding there with all these
Is the
pointy
room
things.
safe now to enter?
Oh yeah, it's safe now. She's disarmed all the traps.
Set off all the traps.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, you'll be pit diving.
You have done your job.
Well, that failed.
She did the job, didn't she? I mean, she actually managed to...
Not TN of 11?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so your intelligence healing, you scored 11, that's the target number. So that's 9 hit points you get back.
That makes it better.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And it's one of those black and white marbled floors overhead.
Mm-hmm.
I can see.
Right. Okay.
Oh, sorry about that.
So you've talked to us out of character about what's been done to this mirror.
Yeah,
In
you're just
character,
about to
we
say
don't
it.
know.
In character, you don't know, but you can faintly smell the smell of black powder as you approach this room. So let's just find area 20. There are 3 exits from this oblong room, each via an archway with the head of a creature carved upon it. The south wall exit has the head of a cowled human carved in it, the north exit has the head of a bull carved above it, and the exit to the west depicts the head of a wolf. The carvings are not the room's most notable feature, however, nor is its polished dark marble floor, which is at odds with the brownstone more common throughout the complex. The most striking feature is without a doubt the once polished steel mirrors mounted upon the walls. The mirrors are now blackened and twisted as if by some powerful explosion. The reflections that once they held froze in their death throes in the surface of the mirror itself, and only visible as fractions here and there among the damaged and twisted metal. One's of like half a dwarf screaming, with like it's half out of the mirror, just the head, the right shoulder, part of the chest, and the right hand clawing its way out the mirror. Is just frozen there when the mirror was blasted.
Hey, Gora, don't think your get rich quick scheme's gonna work.
Come on.
What can I say? Adventurers are a very destructive bunch.
Yeah. We are.
Yes.
Right, so the north was a minotaur head, and to the east was a
Wolf's head.
west was a wolf.
Yeah.
I've never been in one of these dungeons, so I don't know what.
It is a weird pit.
Yeah, it's a pit full of oil and a monster. Well,
Oil,
at least,
oil.
Well, we burned ours. These guys blew everything up, so I'm expecting a crater.
Curious. Let's go see.
You're going to go and take a look and see what's there. Just bear with me a split second whilst I...
Liquid.
Ooh.
You can see the liquid, can you?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's bubbling away.
Ah, cool. Because it's not shown on my map.
Okay.
I don't think.
I'm just going to reconnect.
Is it meant to be there?
Yes, it's meant to be there.
Did Malthorn actually ever encounter this? I don't think he did.
I don't think you came this way, no. I think you went straight through. I'm just reloading mine because that obviously means that animation hadn't loaded into mine properly. So I'm just reloading it. But yes, the bubbling liquid is supposed to be there. It's kind of a black
Green.
tar-like sort of...
Burn it with fire.
So we did last
There
time.
we go. It's coming in this time. I believe that is what you did last time. So just bear with me while I pull the description of the room up. The Black Pool, as opposed to Blackpool. The floor
There's
of
a
this
tower
room...
in the corner.
Yeah. The floor of this room is made from the same dark polished marble as the floor in the Hall of Mirrors. The walls are smooth brownstone, as is the ceiling. At the centre of the room is a large pool of black viscous liquid which seems to ripple and pulse for no obvious reason.
Does it smell the same as the previous pool that we've experienced?
It does smell very, very similar, yes. Or horrible.
Yeah. And what was the state of the one in the second tomb?
It was inert. So well, actually, no, it wasn't. The sort of tarry stuff was still bubbling away like this.
Oh, right.
But whatever lived in the first one, you didn't get attacked by in the second one.
Right. So there wouldn't have been any reason to burn that. If there's something living in here, then probably want to purge it, I would have think.
Let's just have a look now.
Well, we found out there was something living in it in the first one because I ran off down this corridor as my reflection was following me and threw it in there.
Tentacle.
Ta-da!
There we go. One large tentacle. So it suddenly bursts out of the black ooze, the black gloop. Can I have a dexterity, acrobatics, or athletics saving throw from Mog and Gora, please?
Oh God.
I should really take acrobatics.
You probably really should, yes. Okay, so both of you have managed to be showered in this thick, cloying black goop, which is now sticking to your armour and your weapons and sliding down over you. Like, have you ever seen the original 1953 version of the Blob?
Indeed.
Yeah, imagine that. Only black. Is essentially what's occurring now. Isn't that nice? Not pleasant.
No.
No, I don't think. Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Quite the opposite.
Yeah.
Okay, so the actual tentacle itself is going to lash out and try and drag Mog underneath.
Because
So
of course.
let's just make, because of course, yes. So I need the advanced dice roller, and it's 3d6 plus. Okay, what's Mog's? Have I hit Mog at 15?
Yes, you've hit Mog.
Of course I have. So the tentacle lashes out and grabs Mog around the legs and starts dragging her towards the goop, which I seem to think happened to Mog the last time as well.
No,
No?
not in here. No,
Oh.
I think the well that the well beastie dragged me down. In here, what happened was I ended up down here by accident after the thing came out of the mirror that was like opposite Mog, and I managed to get out of the way of the tentacle, but it dragged the reflection in.
Right, okay. Actually, I've just noticed, I think its grab might be a
It's a stunt.
stunt. Let me just double check this. Grab. It's a 3-point stunt, so it hasn't. It slapped you instead. So it's not dragging you, just slapped you. This big rubbery thwack right across the side, for which it did you. Bosh. 7 points of damage.
That's
From-
really rude. Rude to slap.
It is a bit, isn't it? So let's just pop up the thingy table. There we go, and I will clear it again. So remove all, clear, and then if you would like to start adding yourselves to the initiative, that would be grand. Okay. Oops, a daisy. My second screen's just turned itself off. It's obviously tired. It wants a nap. It's a problem with using this television as a second screen. If you don't pay attention to it for a couple of hours, it just turns itself off. It does.
Right,
It does warn you, but if you're not looking straight at it for the 30 seconds the warden's on the screen, you don't know anything better. Okay.
You probably can switch that feature off.
You probably can, but I would have to read the instruction manual and I don't have it.
Okay.
My mother actually gave us this one when she upgraded to an even bigger screen. For some reason. I suppose her front room is huge, so a big screen would be useful if you sat on the far side of it. Like,
I
right.
would suggest we retreat.
Retreating might not be a bad idea. Let me just
Tactical
organise
withdrawal.
these into descending order. And it's the big slappy tentacle first. So slappy tentacle attempts to hit Mog again. Thwack. Because of course, well, because you're at the front. Oh look, 4 points of stunts.
No.
So, with one stun point, it's going to knock you prone. Hold on a second, I'm just going to
Does that
need...
not require two?
not for it doesn't, no. So I'll just put that on the back so I can get it Mog. And with 3 stun points, it's going to sees you. Actually, no, it does still take 2, so it hasn't knocked you over. It's just seized you, so it'll now skirmish you towards it, which you'll be pleased to hear.
Fabulous.
I'm going to use a little paw to show that you've been grabbed. I'll then pop this on to back.
Okay, forget the retreat.
It's skirmished Mog. Oh dear! So it's grabbed Mog and then wrenched it into the black gloop. She goes disappearing with it. It's less of a splash and more of a sort of slurping noise, although there is some bits and pieces come flying out as well. But she does also take 14 points of damage.
Oof.
Okay, and its special powers. Okay, Mog, you're at risk of drowning every round whilst you're in the black goop. Not till it gets back round to your next go, but on your go each round you will need a Constitution stamina roll, otherwise you take some piercing damage, some penetrating damage. Okay.
And having a fish tattoo won't help you because it's not water.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah. So, Gora, here to go.
Okay.
Gonna make a suggestion.
Help!
You can. I'm pretty certain. I'm going to start zapping it with lightning. But go ahead.
Yeah, there you go. You already know what to do.
Yep.
Yeah. Okie dokie. So is that going to be your?
Tell you what, I'll wait until after Adrian's gone so that we've got a hands pull.
Okay, so you're going to hold your action till after Adrian's action, so I'm just going to move you down to under Adrian so I don't forget. Now I've discovered that feature. And it is Kellen to go next.
I will also do the same.
You will also wait till after Adrian. So, Adrian. She's cast Hands of Fate and has failed. So she attempts to summon Fate once more. It fails to smile down on her, perhaps unable to penetrate this deeply within these dark and melodious caverns. So, got ready to go.
And I'll just drop a jolt without the benefit of a hands pull.
Right, you are.
With
So,
6 stun points.
6 stun points.
Okay. Divine intervention in the name of Holy Paylaw.
Oh, shite.
Destroy.
Go on. In the name of Holy Paylaw, go on.
In the name of Holy Paylaw, destroy that creature.
Okay, I'm going to say an outright destruction's probably more than Paylaw's
Right.
going to go for. What I'm going to do instead is it will combine a mighty blow and a lethal blow. So your damage, you can add a total of 3d6 piercing to it. And it will cause the creature to spit Mog back out. So she gets spat out up the corridor. This black gloopy orc comes flying straight up the corridor towards you. Paylaw's lightning arcs down, so instead of doing 2 damage, you have done
3d6 plus 2.
3d6 plus 2 if you want to roll the damage. That's 13 points of damage to the... that's penetrating as well.
You need a Constitution stamina save.
Or does the divine intervention make it so that it automatically fails?
It's going to automatically fail because it's a divine intervention. Yeah. So that was...
At this point, if the creature's stunned...
Yes, it's stunned.
It can only do a minor action in that case.
Yeah.
I would suggest we go north.
Mm-hmm.
You can also see the electrical energy is flashing throughout the pool. The occasional flash, bang. So you feel it's probably going to continue to take damage for a round or 2 as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, that certainly gives you the opportunity to just slip away if you want to.
Is it oil? Is it as flammable as the one we saw in the first tomb?
It seems to be fairly flammable, yeah, so the surface of it is already starting to catch fire in places.
Right.
Can those of you who are coated in it take 1 point of piercing damage, please?
Point.
Nothing.
It's slightly caustic as well.
Right. Well, with that in mind, Mog's already taken a lot of damage. Minor action, I'll heal her.
Right, you are.
I would like to bathe.
Okay, so you heal Mog for
No, not a lot. Twice the stunt die plus my intelligence. That's 5. Sorry.
so
Fine,
5
honestly,
back.
it's fine.
Are you staying put or are you withdrawn?
Well, on that turn, that's all I can do.
Good point, yes, so it is. So, Kellen to go.
Can I step back out into the corridor?
Yes, you can.
Into the other room. I'll stand there, out of the way.
Okay, you stand there out of the way. So it is Mog, it's you to go.
I'm gonna slip backwards out of the way and attempt to sort of shake the oil off as I go.
Okay, you step backwards out of the way, shaking the oil off so that it now can I have a dexterity acrobatics roll from both Adrian and Gora, please.
Oh
Their
God, sorry.
target number is 9. If they fail, they get splattered.
Okay. Did you say dexterity acrobatics?
Yes.
Sorry
So-
for being the wet dog of the party.
Goes past.
It's kind of in keeping, with the whole orky thing. So I see it as good role play.
So, Gora ducks just in time. Adrian also ducks round the corner just in time. In fact, Adrian still had some minor actions to use, so she can use them to get out of the way. Okay, so, and that was Mog, so it is back round to the beginning. I'll just reorder everything. The creature is still stunned, so it can't do anything this round. Where's it? I thought I'd put a stun marker on it. I don't see it. I've put the jolt marker on to show. Okay, so as Gora's round comes round, can you do another D6 piercing damage to the black tentacle, please?
Oh, right, okay. Flat. There's no plus this time, yeah?
No plus this time. This is just residual additional damage. So it's another 3 points for this round. It is odd. Have I put the damage on that? No, it's reset itself. Okay, so 31 there minus. What was the damage you did last round? It seems to have reset itself.
13.
13. There you are.
13?
Yeah, it looks like.
Yeah, it
So
was.
minus 16 in total, including the damage from this round then. There we go, that's better. Kellen, you to go.
Hang on, that was just residual damage. I've had no actions.
All right, you're right, yes, go on, you can go.
Flame blast into the pool.
Flame blast into the pool, right you are.
Worked
Cast a
last time.
spell.
I'll start putting marshmallows on sticks.
Oh, actually, sorry. Hold action until after Adrian.
Hold action. Oh, right, okay.
Sorry. I wasn't necessarily going to pass the test either.
I'd already queued that off. Adrian to go. I thought if you right clicked it would just disarm that, but it didn't, it just set it off.
No worries. Right, so some Hands of Fate to back up our endeavours. That's more like it.
That is indeed more like it. Yep.
That makes 6 in the pool.
That makes 6 points in the pool. So now it's back to Gora.
Okay, and Flame Blast into the pool.
And Flame Blast into the pool. Do you want to make the roll?
Right, maybe.
That's a pass with 2 points of stuns.
For which I will Overcome resistance. Divine
Right.
stun. Miraculously strike the creature. If it's immune to any kind of damage, it no longer is. By the look of it.
Right. Okay. No problem.
Strike the creature. Say it's immune to physical weapons, it would take that. Or if it was immune to fire attacks.
It's not.
It's no fun. It's not immune anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, so how much damage does the flame blast do?
Right. So that was a hit. We've got
D6 plus willpower, is it?
2d6 plus 1 damage.
Okay, if you'd like to roll
Unless
the
you can
damage.
do, Dex acrobatics.
It literally can't because you're hitting the pool here with the creature in it. So there's literally no possible way it could get out of the way of it.
The pool dodges.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not going to allow it a thing. So just let me know the damage and I will apply that.
Right, 2d6 plus 1. Boop. Wow. That's bad.
That was bad, wasn't it?
Could be worse.
It could have been worse. So,
It's fire into something that's flammable.
yes.
And any amount of damage is going to fire it off.
Yeah, the pool's burning away nicely now. It's thrashing around madly trying to get away from the flames. Anything else you'd like to do?
Walk away.
Walk away. Right you are. So we'll leave it there then as you just let that thing burn away to ash eventually over time. And by the time, I don't know, several minutes have gone
It took
by.
hours last time.
Yeah.
No.
Eventually it will burn away. I'll just remove it for now. But yeah, that's it destroyed.
Please do notice I did lightning first, which is target specific. Then, once Mog was out,
Yes,
I did effect.
indeed you did. Yeah. So what would you all like to do once you're walking away from the burning black tentacle, the smell of which is horrific?
Throw up.
Okay.
Apply a plaster to my 1 health point worth of grain.
I think you guys need to get yourselves ungooped.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. How would you like to go about that?
have we got water we can throw on them? Wash it off?
You'll all have brought a
Yeah.
canteen of water with you, yeah.
Basic starting gear. We've
Yeah.
all got water and what have you. So just have a wash as best as possible.
Okay, so you rinse yourselves down and clean off this goop before it can do any further damage to you. And then presumably you're heading off into Area 22, or are you going back the way you came?
No, I think we'll carry on.
Yeah, it makes sense to keep going.
Okay, so you're going up to 22.
Let's check in first.
Yes, go
Waiting
ahead.
for you.
Go ahead.
Don't run in front of me.
20.
I'm positioning myself for line of sight down the corridor for ranged attacks. That's it.
Okay. You think it's clear?
That sounded not completely.
Yeah, well, that's about how confident you are of it being clear. You think it's clear.
Okay, now I want to check this area as well, because that's separate from the corridor.
Yes, that area is also, you think, probably clear.
Oh,
Almost certainly. The room at the end of the corridor there, the little square room, is devoid of any form of interesting feature whatsoever. This makes you initially actually quite suspicious, especially in this place laden with traps as it is. However, after a thorough search, you're certain-ish that there is no trap there, and instead press on.
I don't recall there being anything there last time, as far as I remember.
No, I don't
I may have
think
been
there was an
suspicious
version
of it
of the
last
tomb.
time, to be fair.
Pretty sure you were, yes.
The warrior statue is further round. It's like east and then south, I believe.
Yeah.
Can I use that roll that I did before, like, when I jumped the gun before to do this corridor, or what hadn't triggered
Yeah,
me?
you can do. Yeah. So you make it to the end of the corridor into room 11 over there, and this square chamber has brown flagstones upon its floor and 2 exits, one in the south and another in the western wall. The southern wall is still barred with a grate, like a drop cullis, whilst the one you've just come through isn't, obviously. On the northern wall there is a bas relief of a stylised horned skull carved into the wall.
Hang on. Do we recognise that?
No, you don't. Well, yes. It's definitely not Ios.
Okay.
It's the wrong type of horned skull for Ios. Unless that's what
it's
somebody
not
was
a goat,
aiming
is
for.
it?
It's definitely not a goat.
It's a bull.
It's a bull's, and so yes, sorry, it was a horned bull rather than a horned skull. And you do recognise it, but only from the version of the tomb that you've been in.
Oh, right.
That was on the wall in the same corresponding room, and you couldn't figure out what it was there. It's a horned bull, yeah.
Right. Okay, no.
Not that you get many unhorned bulls, now I think about it. Bison, I suppose. They just have little ones, don't they?
Could be a longhorn.
It could be, yeah.
Don't horn shame Courage.
Sorry, say that again, Louise?
Checking for traps.
Okay.
Overly paranoid.
You are indeed. Oh, I don't know about overly. You check for traps and can find none. You're fairly confident that this room's safe. However, this portcullis is still lowered, which seems to be your biggest point of issue.
Right. Yeah. This is the one I zapped before.
Yeah. That's right.
Well, have we learned any new tricks in the meantime that could get us through this?
You might be able to force it with strength. You tried it the last time but failed. You don't know this one. Yeah, Kellen and Mog can. So what you do is Kellen and Mog can both combine their strength and might, but only one of you actually makes the dice roll.
Who wants to do it?
Who's stronger?
Well, my strength's 3.
I've got a 4.
Okay, so we'll have Kellen make the roll since he's the one providing the bulk of the strength. Then you add his 4 and Mog's 3.
Right. Do you have strength might at all?
I don't. I just have strength. I have intimidation.
Right, okay. So let's go for +3 on the roll then. I'll make the strength roll.
Yeah.
Wait for it to arrive. So 14 in total.
Okay, I'll just need to check, but I think that might be enough.
3 stun points.
With 3 stun points, yes. Right, okay. Kellen grips the bottom of the portcullis and starts to heave. You can see his muscles tense. Well, you can't because he's in full armour, but you get the sense of his muscles tensing. Because his visor's currently open, you can certainly see him gritting his teeth and the strain in his neck. Mog runs into the other side and gets her hands underneath as well and starts. You can see her bulging muscles start to tense up. You can actually see the veins standing out on her arms and her thighs as she tries to push. And between the two of them, they push the whole thing up, and click. You feel it lock into position, in the open position.
Awesome. Well done.
Hurrah!
You've saved me a light bulb.
Okay, so back in the big room.
Yep. Middle path with the warrior.
What about the end
Oops.
path?
That was the magic
Flying
axe.
axe, yeah.
Is that one's still shut? It might still be in there.
This side's shut, but you can see that the far side's open, and there's no sign of the axe.
We came at it from the opposite direction as well.
You did. Two groups did, and one went through the bottom.
Oh,
Right.
something that's intact.
Yes, something that's intact, something that hasn't gone off. As you as you peer in through that gap, in through that passageway, you get the sensation very much that this is the border where the outer tomb and the inner tomb meet, and that corridor and that room that you're looking at is very much the point at which you would be entering the inner tomb area, or the mid tomb area might be the best description.
Is this the one where we have to go to the right of the statue?
It might be.
The skulls aren't on.
Yeah, this square room has a 4-metre tall grey-white statue depicting a man in a breastplate and carrying a sword and furled standard. The statue depicts skulls and broken bones about the man's feet, as if he is trampling his enemies. Yes, because you've already been in an identical room before, you notice that the skulls are all located on the right-hand side of the statue.
Okay. Mog, you're up.
The statue's right-hand side,
The statue's right-hand side, yeah.
which is our left.
Which is, yeah.
We go that way.
So you're working your way around the other side. Okay.
Do you also check for traps first?
Yeah, make a check for traps roll.
Like, obviously, I'm just sort of looking at this point, not tapping walls, because I don't want to go the opposite way around this thing.
Yeah. Okay, there's absolutely a trap here.
Yep.
This entire area on this side is one large pressure plate.
Yeah.
There's marks on the statue that show points of articulation. So you have absolutely no question that if you went the wrong way around the statue, it would swing the sword straight through that area, hitting anybody of human size around about the midriff. So it would hit a dwarf probably in the back of the head. It would hit an orc probably in the sort of pelvic region. So pretty nasty. However, the other way seems safe.
This way, chums.
Okey-dokey. So you managed to pick your way safely around that side of the statue and into the dark corridor that leads more deeply still into the what's the name? What are you doing now? Everybody's gone completely silent all of a sudden.
Sorry, I just got a message I've had to respond to.
Oh, all right, sorry.
I'll be back with you directly.
No, that's fine. Go ahead. Louise?
Yeah, I'll just do my usual check for traps roll before going up this corridor.
Okay, so you're going to have a bit of a check for traps in corridor 23. Let me just have a look and see if there is one. There is, of course. What I was really checking was whether you've spotted it on a 16, and you have. So you spot that slapping, well, not quite in the middle, it's slightly closer to you than the middle. There's a pit trap.
Oh, I remember this. I fell in it last time.
You did fall in it last time, yes. I was kind of hoping to get you again.
Diving.
Is this where we started? Well, specifically where you started finding like oddities in the map, and it made us check that ever after.
Yes.
Yeah, but this is a different map, though, isn't it?
This is. I've remade the map. It's a better quality version. Yeah.
I did wonder.
Yeah. I completely remade it from the ground up, so that everything's exactly the same place, exactly the same size. It's just better quality.
Based on what you said previously, is this therefore an upgrade to a previously available map, or is it a new map?
This is an upgrade to a previously available map, yes.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Okay, so checking this floor here, Mog has found that pit trap.
Nice.
Which, had she failed that roll, should have fallen in it again. After having fallen in it in the previous one. Now that she's found it, she triggers it and opens it so it swings open and jams it with the iron spike so that you can see where it's safe to walk around. You can always retrieve the spike on the way out, but for the time being you wanted to know exactly which bits are safe. Each of you could probably work your way past that if you were careful.
Well, Mog is gonna crawl over the walls around it anyway.
Right you are. Mog crawls round the walls past the pit trap that way. The rest of you, could I have a dexterity athletics check, please, or acrobatics check, please? Yeah.
Can Mog take a length of rope across so that we can make this as safe as possible?
Could take a rope ladder actually, and somebody could put something on the other end.
Yeah.
Tied to the statue.
Yes, you could. You could take a rope ladder across.
I don't think it's quite long enough to reach the statue anymore because we did lop a bit off the bottom one.
Did, yes. You can. I mean, to be honest, you get past this with a dexterity check of 9 or better anyway. With the precautions you're taking, I'm going to say you can... I haven't actually got anywhere to secure the rope, was the only thing. Unless Mog hammers another pit on into the gaps between the... So yeah, we'll say you do that and manage to get past this trap into the next room. This one again. The blood font.
So we're automatically past the pit.
If you're going to take that level of precautions, I'm going to say you're automatically past it, because it wasn't difficult to get past once it was known about anyway.
The blood.
I would like for you to one day refer to us as your most cautious party.
I wish I could.
There are more cautious people than us.
But when I used to game when I was younger, I had a party that used to drive me up the wall because I couldn't go up a corridor without checking for traps and checking for secret doors. And they'd come to a door and they'd check for traps and they'd check for another secret door facing the door. And honestly, it took hours. Anyway.
They still died.
Yeah.
More carvings on the cardinal direction walls.
Yeah, just a second. Brown stone flagstones cover the floor of this chamber. Its walls bear bas relief of cowled figures in various magical or religious rituals. The rituals all seem to involve a font just like the one that stands in the middle of the room. In some frescoes, the people are being anointed with water from the font. In others, a chalice is being emptied into it, and in one more, 2 people stand either side of the font, gazing into it, their hands upon the rim of the bowl. On closer inspection, the fluid in the bowl is red and seems to be blood. Disturbingly, the blood seems to be fresh, although how this could be is unclear.
Hang on a second. Anointed, pouring. Oh, I think drinking was the thing, wasn't it? There were 4. There was 1 for each wall.
Yeah, there isn't in this one though. There's only those 3.
There's only 3.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Okay. Right. Does the ball of the font rotate?
It doesn't. No.
The first one.
The first one did. The one in the tomb you were in did.
That's right.
This one doesn't.
Oh.
It's also, as you say, lacking one of the font, one of the frescoes.
So which wall is blank then?
South.
The south wall is completely blank.
Mm-hmm.
Mog, if you'd be so kind, please check that for secret passageways.
Okay, hang on.
Perception searching,
I'll
please.
turn around.
I'm going to start pushing the font to see if the entire thing moves instead.
Make a strength might roll.
Callan?
Push this.
Strength might roll, please.
Okay, Mog, you're fairly certain there is no secret door on that wall.
Mog's
See-
also a little bit wary of this thing because for
Mhm.
all the first one, the one that we saw in the tomb we went into, worked out okay. Like she has seen something fairly recently that was very similar and stuck her head into it, and things were not okay.
Trying to twist
That's
and
right.
push the font.
Yeah.
Okay, Kellen's trying to twist and push the font. It's concreted into the floor and doesn't move.
Okay.
Before I get emails from our YouTube watchers, yes, they did have concrete in early historical periods. This is a fantasy world anyway, but actually the Romans in our own world developed concrete back
Romans
around.
had it.
Yeah,
That was a long time ago. Because theirs
So-
was set underwater, didn't it?
that's right. They're set underwater, and they developed that about 2,000 years ago. So,
Yeah.
so yes. Okay, so that doesn't move. What does everybody want to do now?
Let's take a look into it first and see if we get the same prediction of us fighting a incorporeal foe that only the
Right.
mages can harm.
So let's just have a quick look. You're gazing into the font. What
What
you
two of you want to stand either side of it and look into it?
Yeah.
Good idea.
Ah.
Those of you who are gazing into the font, what you see is a pool of red, thick, fresh, blood-like liquid. You don't see any images and you don't see any visions.
That's interesting.
I thought so.
Okay, hang on. Right.
We have to do it in a specific order.
That was my very next thought. The frescoes, are they in any particular order? If we take the blank wall as like a 0 point and then read in a standard direction for Flanese.
So it would be left to right, or clockwise round a circle. So let's have a look. What do we come to first? Anointed is the first one, and a chalice being emptied into the bowl is the second one.
Then the gazing. Okay.
Then the gazing.
Do I have a volunteer to be anointed?
Yeah, okay then.
Okay, Mog's going to be anointed.
Gora anoints Mog.
Okay, you dip your hand into the font and anoint Mog from it in the pattern that's described on the frescoes. Mog, could I have a Constitution Stamina saving throw from you, please?
Yeah, okay.
Some of that hocus pocus going on.
Oh, just 13, eh? Roll 3d6 for me, please.
Oh no.
Okay, as you're anointed, you can feel a strange numbing sensation where you've been touched, and you gain +1 armor rating versus blunt or bludgeoning weapons for. Let's have a look now. Find a magical protection for the next until you leave the tombs.
That's similar, I think, to what we got before. That there was definitely a buff of some description.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, so then it's pouring water in, which, well, hopefully shouldn't cause any problem to anybody. I'll do that one.
Okay, you pour a little bit of water into the blood font, and what you notice is that the blood becomes slightly more diluted.
Yep. Okay. And now we will gaze into it.
And now you gaze into it to see what images you may see. As you gaze into the pool, you see that the blood is swirling slightly where you've poured the water in, and is becoming more diluted, and other than that, nothing's happening.
Okay. Looking at the fresco of the people gazing into it, what sides of the font are they standing on? Is it east to west?
You eventually line up with the orientation that you see in the frescoes, and it continues to show you nothing.
That's interesting. Okay, I'm going to say in a clear voice, Saragosa.
Nothing.
Checking the font for inscriptions.
There are no inscriptions upon the font here.
Is the content of the font in the fresco blood, or like red, or is it clear water?
In the fresco, it's a bit hard to tell because the colours have faded over the years. But you get a sort of faint pinkiness to it. So you think it was probably much brighter red.
Maybe
Can I
you need.
try some see if it's that bit?
Maybe you need not water but a bloodletting.
And you would think such a thing acceptable, Sir Callan?
I'm talking about activating or seeing the vision or activating the frescoes, whatever it is that you're attempting to do.
It didn't say anything about finding it acceptable or not.
I'm saying perhaps it requires blood for it to actually give you a vision rather than water.
I'm just playing tit for tat with the poison dagger thing from earlier.
Could I try something?
You can.
Notice I'm nowhere near this font.
I
I'm
did
standing
notice.
over here.
Could I anoint the frescoes?
Ooh.
Yes, you can. You can have 25 points of experience for considering that idea. As you dip your finger into the font, it anoints the frescoes in the way that you see them anoint people in the frescoes. What happens is you notice that each of the frescoes suddenly gets a bloody smear on it where your fingers have been.
How many people are being anointed in the fresco?
3.
Three. That could have been the issue.
You
Okay.
might need to do everybody who's looking into the font.
Yeah.
Okay, you attempt to anoint 2 more people, so you've got 3 people anointed in total. Suddenly you notice that nothing has changed.
Maybe it needs to be me that looks in. Should we look in now that we've all been anointed, though? Did we do that?
No, initially you got anointed and they looked in. You now all look in and notice that... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Well, I was going to say anoint Adrian, but anoint myself.
Yes. So all 3 of you are now anointed, and you look in and you've still got a pool of slightly diluted blood in a font, and it's doing nothing.
So this has only 3 of the frescoes of the 4 of the original. Right, okay, did we experiment with the one in the second tomb?
Yes, extensively.
Right.
I'm going to guess, because you did it with this one and you did with the previous... Actually, the one in the second tomb?
Yes.
No, you didn't, for the simple reason it had been pushed over and broken.
Vandal.
What was the other step, the missing step, the drinking one?
The
Yeah?
drinking one was the missing step. It's not shown in this at all.
Is there any signs that maybe that fresco has been there, but it's been scrubbed off?
Make a perception searching roll for me, please. Mog quite closely peers at the wall that seems to be blank, but can't see any sign that there's ever been anything there, no.
Okay.
Hang on, is that wall more recent than the rest? Is there like a join point? Is there something sort of that's been put up in front of it?
No.
No. Okay.
Unfortunately not.
I'm going to take a little drink.
You're going to take a little drink, okay.
Yeah.
You dip something into the water, your hands, presumably cup your hands, dip them in the water, and take a little drink from the water. Almost immediately you start to feel a tingling sensation in your mouth and throat down.
Yeah.
You know when you drink a good whiskey and you get that warm tingling sensation? You get that, although there is a bit of a coppery taste, which is not pleasant. Then you get sudden massive stomach cramps. Make a Constitution stamina save, please.
Okay.
It's blood wine.
Uh,
As well. Didn't
quick-
it? Like,
Quickly, in its self-defense mode, Gora's stomach forces her to be sick, and she doubles over and throws up the contents that she's just drunk, and whatever she ate just beforehand is now splattered across the floor. She takes no... actually, I still think you take some damage. Yes, you take 1d6 damage. Armour doesn't affect, so let me just give you the damage. Just 2 points of damage.
Okay.
you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Didn't it stop being blood when we drank it in the other one?
It did stop being blood when you drank it in the other one.
Everything about this says imperfect copy.
Yeah.
It does, doesn't it?
It's unfinished. That's what it
It's
is.
somebody's best attempt. It's somebody's best attempt at making another tomb, and they've not quite got it right. They've not had the wherewithal to make this as fully featured as the other one. So it can do the anointing, it can't do the divination, it can't do the whatever it was the drinking actually did. They haven't even bothered to do that fresco.
Essentially, what's happened, I think, is that the previous tombs were by Waitrose, and this one's from Poundland. Or Wish. This is what happens if you order your eternal rest from Wish.
Is it? Didn't we find that one of the books was written in 3 different hands?
Yeah, two.
Two hands.
I thought it was 3. Okay.
2.
That wraps up the reason.
No. What it's just getting at is that each of the 2 books has a same author and 2 separate people have added extras to them.
Yes.
So the first book has
Both books are in
Author A
2
and
separate
Author B.
hands. Yes, that's right.
and the second one or third one, whatever it is, has author A and C.
That's right.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
See,
did the enchantment book have that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, so
I thought-
both books have got 2 separate authors. One of the books, both of the authors are probably male based on what the cryptographer skill told you, whereas you got the impression that in the enchantment book one of them was female. One of the authors was female.
Okay. Right. Let's leave this shameful copy, this Tesco value font, and come and have a look down here and see if we can see that axe.
Now, the axe is definitely not there, but neither's this, which makes me wonder why I put it on the map, really. Neither's this barricade,
That's gone. So
that thing's
the axe
gone.
wasn't in the room when we looked from the other side. It's not there from here.
No, whoever breached this has obviously dealt with the axe.
They've either destroyed it or taken it.
Yeah.
so my thinking though was, right,
Yep.
what if actually, for all what's saying they're Saragosa's tomb, what if actually they're not? What if they're to do with the 3 different people and this is whichever one was the apprentice rather than...
You mean it was the 3 people who were not Saragosa that had written the second part of the books,
Yeah, possibly. I'm just
and these are their tombs.
just spitballing, yeah, because like Just-
Interesting. Right, we should press on then to the favourite well of the ghoul or whatever it is.
bad memories of that place.
Or anything
Indeed, so.
falls out of it, I'll lightning it, and it's full of mist, so it'll it worked the last time.
I think it did. So you're going to move north towards room...
I've started running ahead. Stop me.
Careful! Let me check this corridor. Did that come up? No.
No, not yet. There you go. 18 again.
Okay. You're fairly confident that this corridor is not trapped.
Oh, good.
You're also
Yeah.
well aware that in the other versions of the tomb, there was the well with the bizarre carnivorous creature that took the chunk out of view, although in the second tomb you visited, the well was devoid of any such beastie when you got there, but there was a dead version rotten lying at the side.
Yeah, it kind of got the story that I was told by Malthorn was that the creature came up out of the pit, and the ferocious orc warrior that was with them basically headbutted it square back down the well.
That's right. That's right, and it didn't go well for the creature from that point on. I think it tried to climb back up and then got killed on the second attempt. Yeah. Okay, so a slightly raised walkway at the level of the adjoining corridors runs around a recessed floor that is set about a handspan lower than the walkway. At the centre of the recessed floor is what appears to be a well, although who or what would require water here is anyone's guess. On closer inspection, you notice that in the well is not water, but a thick, vaporous mist. There are wisps of it coming up and out of the thing. You notice the sense of oppression and malice in this room matches that of the first tomb, and not the second one when you ventured in after that was originally plundered. You can feel the hairs on the back of your neck and on your arms standing up. Something here is deeply, deeply malicious, and as you approach on the side there, Gora, you can see something else that you didn't notice before. So just give me a second to switch that. I need to go into...
Yeah, but Mog, you've now got a magic axe, and you're a lot tougher than you were. Plus, you could spider up and down the well.
Yeah, still don't like it.
Oi! I was zapping that before it came out.
It's not out yet. It's climbing up the side. But just give me a second. I haven't finished.
Ah! Zap.
Still not finished.
Scaling.
We are the three.
They've been scaled for the adventurers, and they are scaling the walls.
Indeed so, yes. And one more. So, as you approach, beginning to cast your spell to zap this well that you are still suspicious of, you notice that there are multiple of these pallid, sickly, grey creatures with the faces that the mouths open up sideways instead of front, so the entire bottom of the face splits open to reveal these horrific mouths. These things are scaling up towards you, their blank eyes gazing up as they rapidly climb up the side. You're starting to think, oh, I can get the spell off before they get here. They're coming at a hell of a rate. And that's where we'll leave it. Until next week.
The thing in the pits.
So thank you very much for joining me this afternoon for a return to the tombs of Saragosa. We will pick it up next week from here, where you have entered the monstrous well room. I hope you've enjoyed the game so far.
Massively.
Good. I hope there's been enough differences from the first time you ran through the similar.
Yeah.
More than anything, it's about having enough similarities. This is tapping something very different for me now. This is a matter of nostalgia, and I want things to be recognisable.
Yeah,
And then
it's like a mirror universe episode.
yes,
Yeah.
and then to have that spin or lack of spin in the case of the font.
Yeah.
It's fresh again, but it's still very much recognisable.
Yeah.
Absolutely love it, and thank you very much.
You are very welcome. Thank you all for joining me. I'll see you again at the same time next week for the second half of Return to the Tombs of Saragosa. For those of you who've been listening, thank you very much for joining us. Sorry about some of the technical problems we had with the sound, especially at the early part of the thing. And speaking of sound, thank you immensely to Tabletop Audio for the musical accompaniments and the creepy background sounds. We'll see you again for part 2 next week.